Chapter 2843. The Knowledge Star was an artificial planet that Profound Theory Elder had spent many years creating. It was incomparably sturdy, and even a half-saint's attack would find it difficult to cause much damage. As for an Emperor-level attack, it would only leave a mark. Add to that the combination of many formations and seals, and the Knowledge Star was as sturdy as an iron bucket. It was simply impossible to break through. Even a saint-level expert wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. If Profound Theory Elder were to sit on the Knowledge Star and use all of its power, even a powerhouse like the Tai House Sword Saint would be helpless against it. Apart from being sturdy, the Knowledge Star also had extraordinary mysteries within. Hearing Chunzong state his intentions, Profound Theory Elder smiled. The Knowledge Star has its own rules. It's not impossible for me to divine the mysteries of the heavens, but you'll have to prove that you're qualified. Dare I ask, Senior, how will you prove it? Chunzong wasn't surprised. The first elder had already told him about this before he came. Simple. Profound Theory Elder laughed, but Chunzong sensed something amiss in his eyes. On the contrary, he seemed to be taking pleasure in Profound Theory's misfortune. Go challenge the Heavenly Secret Grotto. So long as you pass, I'll divine the heavens for you. The first elder stood to the side, not expressing any opinion. Profound Theory Elder's rules were indeed as such. As for the Heavenly Secret Grotto, the first elder expressed that he didn't know. If a saint-level expert asked Profound Theory to divine the heavens, they didn't need to challenge the Heavenly Secret Grotto. Instead, they had to pay a certain price, such as some treasures that were useful even to saint-level experts. As for cultivators below the saint level, if they wanted to ask Profound Theory to divine the heavens, they had to challenge the Heavenly Secret Grotto. Only by passing the Heavenly Secret Grotto would Profound Theory be willing to help. As for the Heavenly Secret Grotto's mysteries, Profound Theory never spoke of them. Only those who entered knew. Of course, there were very, very few non-saint grade experts who could request Profound Theory to divine the workings of the heavens. Since this was the only way to ask Profound Theory to help, Chunzong was duty-bound to do it. The pitch-black entrance to the heaven's secret cavern was like the maw of an ancient beast that wanted to devour everything. That was an extremely mysterious aura. This aura was unfathomable, causing Chunzong to feel fear. However, no matter how fearful he was, he still had to step in. In an instant, Chunzong's figure disappeared as if it had been swallowed. Old friend, what secrets does the Heaven's Legacy Grotto hold? The first elder couldn't help but ask. I can't say. Grandmaster Arcanum shook his head, a mysterious smile on his face. The first elder couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a farce. Time passed slowly. There's no rush. He'll need at least a day to get through the Heaven's secret cave. Let's have some tea first. Profound Theory chuckled and waved his hand. Instantly, a teapot and teacups appeared on the table in front of him. This is Heavenly Secret Tea that I've meticulously cultivated. Have a taste. However, just as Profound Theory and the first elder picked up their teacups and prepared to taste the steaming, fragrant tea, a figure walked out of the Heaven's Secret Cave's entrance. The first elder's eyes widened as he stared at Profound Theory, his expression saying, "Are you kidding me? Didn't he say that he'd need at least a day to come out? What was this? Was it even a quarter of an hour?" It didn't even seem like a quarter of an hour. Profound Theory ignored the first elder's questioning gaze because he was completely stunned. Less than a quarter of an hour. How was it possible that someone had passed through the Heaven's Secret Cave in less than a quarter of an hour? The Heaven's Secret Cave was something he'd spent a great deal of time and effort to personally set up. He was well aware of its secrets. Even a great Emperor-level powerhouse might not necessarily be able to pass through, but a fifth-level cultivator had. Passing through is one thing, but passing through in less than a quarter of an hour? What did that count for? It was simply unimaginable. Chunzong walked over and saluted the first elder in Profound Theory. Seniors, I've passed through the Heaven's Secret Cave. What did you encounter? The corner of Profound Theory's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but ask. He really wanted to know if something had gone wrong with his heaven's secret cave. Some illusions. Shenzong replied. This was the truth. He'd only encountered some illusions, but they weren't much of a disturbance to his divine will, essence, and spirit. Especially since he'd been in the wholehearted convergence realm, the illusions were very weak. Some illusions? Profound Theory couldn't help but ask in return. His eyes widened, and in an instant, his image of an otherworldly expert disappeared. It was just too shocking. Illusions. He knew that because the cave of heavenly secrets would indeed produce illusions. However, those illusions were different from ordinary illusions. They were illusions of the heavenly secrets. They were illusions that involved the heavenly secrets and the intruders. They would directly pull the intruders into the illusions and enter the world of illusions as if it were real. Because of this, the intruder would experience certain things. Only by seeing through the illusions would they be able to pass through the heaven's secret cave. If they couldn't see through the illusions, they wouldn't be able to pass through. After a while, they'd be expelled from the heaven's secret cave. That would be considered a failure. According to Profound Theory's experience, the fastest person to pass through in the past was a day. But now, Chunzong hadn't even used half a quarter of an hour. It could barely be considered half a quarter. Profound Theory's figure flickered, and he immediately entered the heaven's secret cave. He wanted to check and see if there were any problems. After checking, Profound Theory was even more shocked. If there were no problems with the heaven's secret cave, then the problem lay with Chunzong. In other words, he'd easily passed through the heaven's secret cave and only encountered some illusions. However, those illusions weren't enough to truly affect Chunzong and cause him to fall into them. Just how powerful was his divine will? It was simply unimaginable. Of course, no matter how powerful a fifth-level divine will was, it couldn't compare to a saint-level expert like Profound Theory. However, it only needed to be stronger than a fifth-level divine will. The illusions triggered by the heaven's secret cave were relative. Regardless of the intruder's cultivation level, the illusions would be at the same level as the intruders. For example, if Chunzong was at the fifth level, then the illusions he'd encountered after passing through had surpassed the fifth level and reached the threshold of the sixth level. In other words, Chunzong's divine will and so on had already surpassed the fifth level and reached the sixth level. This was truly astonishing. Young friend, the path of heavenly secrets can be used to deduce the workings of the heavens. If you grasp it to a high level, you can deduce the workings of the universe and peer into the cycle of life, death, and reincarnation. It's not difficult at all. Profound Theory stared at Chunzong, his tone suddenly becoming very amiable, like an amiable grandfather. It's a pity that the path of heavenly secrets is unfathomable and mysterious. However, the threshold to cultivating the path of heavenly secrets is too high. Even now, this old man still hasn't found a suitable candidate. I haven't found a suitable successor. As he said this, Profound Theory stared fervently at Chunzong, a hint of hope in his eyes. Many thanks for your kind intentions, Senior. However, this junior's heart is solely focused on the path of the sword. Chunzong instantly understood Profound Theory's intentions. He wanted him to take the initiative to ask for a master. Unfortunately, Chunzong wasn't interested in the path of heavenly secrets. To tell the truth, although he could master a few more abilities, even with the assistance of the Heart Sutra, Chunzong wasn't willing to be distracted any further. The path of the sword alone was as vast as the sea, incomparably deep. It was enough for him to spend his entire life pursuing it. Since Chunzong had said so, Profound Theory didn't say anything else. He was a saint-level expert, after all. He'd personally expressed his intentions, but the other party had already rejected him. Was he going to cry and beg? Although Profound Theory was a little tempted, his reserved nature as a saint-level expert prevented him from speaking again. He was extremely hesitant. Old friend, Tai Hao, said the first elder simply. The first senior statesman's words caused Profound Theory to give up because he immediately understood what the first senior statesman was trying to say. What a pity. However, he didn't dare compete with that person for a disciple. So now, he could only help Chun Zong divine the path of heavenly secrets. Profound Theory's expression was solemn. Wisps of an extremely profound aura emanated from his body. The fingers of his left hand gently moved, causing strands of light to burst forth from his fingertips, filling the air with an incomparably profound aura. Profound Theory's eyes were boundlessly deep, countless mysteries appearing within them. They spun endlessly like streams of light, as mysterious as a nebula vortex. Around him, images appeared one after another. The images flashed by as if they were passing by on horseback. They were gorgeous and swift. Chun Zong and the First Elder waited, not making the slightest sound for fear of disturbing Profound Theory's divination. A moment later, the images around Profound Theory shattered one by one, transforming into specks of light. All the mysteries in his eyes instantly dissipated, and the profound aura around him also dissipated. Divination shows that your partner is still alive, said Profound Theory. His words instantly caused Chun Zong's heart to tremble. He couldn't help but feel a wave of joy. Still alive. As long as she was alive, that meant there was hope. Then, Chun Zong stared at Profound Theory, hoping to hear about Yun Yinxin's whereabouts. But I'm very sorry, young friend. I can only divine that your partner is still alive, but I can't divine where she is. Profound Theory shook his head. But don't worry. Generally, there are only a few explanations for such a situation. The first is that your partner isn't in the outer universe. As for where she is, I don't know. The second is that she's in the outer universe, but she's come across a great opportunity that surpasses the scope of my divination. Many thanks, Senior. Although Chun Zong was a little confused and disappointed, he still saluted Profound Theory with his sword to express his gratitude. Although he didn't know where Yun Yinxin was, at least he knew she was still alive. Since she was still alive, then there would be a day when they would meet again. Right now, he had to cultivate. He had to continuously cultivate, diligently cultivate until he reached the peak and continuously increase his strength. Only with greater strength could he protect himself and the people he wanted to protect. As for Yun Yinxin, he wouldn't give up looking for her. Chun Zong was also very confident that if Yun Yinxin was still alive, she would definitely find a way to come back and find him. Chapter 2844. After the divination, Chun Zong and the First Doyen didn't stay for long and soon left. Although they didn't find the exact whereabouts of Yun Yinxin, at least they knew that she was still alive. That was hope. Being alive was hope. Chun Zong finally breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. Next, it was time for him to cultivate with all his might. He had to do everything he could to improve himself and continue to improve. However, God's plan was not as good as man's plan. When Chun Zong returned to Tingguang Peak of Taihao Mountain, he heard a piece of news. Taihao Mountain had 12 sword saints, and the 10th sword saint had died. The death of a sword saint was definitely not a small matter. It was a big matter, so big that it alarmed the 36 peaks and 8 major schools of Taihao Mountain. However, Taihao Mountain didn't fall into chaos because of this. On the contrary, they dealt with things in an orderly manner. The person was dead. No matter how important he was dead. Since he was dead, the funeral arrangements should be made accordingly. The other point was the replacement of the sword saint. There were 12 sword saints in Taihao Mountain. This was a rule that had been passed down for generations. There would be no increase or decrease. Once there was a decrease, they would be replaced immediately. How would they be replaced? Of course, they would choose the best among the disciples of Taihao Mountain. However, they wouldn't be chosen randomly. Peak Lord, do you mean that I should compete for the position of the Sword Saint? Chun Zong asked after hearing the Tingguang Peak Lord's words. That's right. The Peak Lord nodded. Okay. Chun Zong agreed after thinking for a while. If he became the Sword Saint, he would have greater authority in Taihao Mountain. When the time came, he would be able to mobilize part of the power of Taihao Mountain to investigate Yun Yinxin's whereabouts. This would be more efficient than searching for her alone. I've already signed you up. The Tingguang Peak Lord smiled. Chun Zong was speechless, but he didn't say anything. When he found out about the competition for the Sword Saint, he would definitely sign up. Now, All we have to do is wait for the notification." The Peak Lord smiled. Shenzong nodded and returned to his cave abode to cultivate. He continued to deduce the subsequent changes of the heavenly light sword drawing technique. He planned to use this as a foundation to improve and perfect his sword drawing technique and create his own unique sword drawing technique. Of course, his sword techniques wouldn't fall behind. However, his heart sword technique and world sword technique were at the pinnacle of sun class techniques. If he made another breakthrough, he would reach the level of godly spells. It was even more difficult to upgrade swordsmanship to the level of a divine spell than to create one's own divine spells. Even so, despite all the difficulties, Chunzong would not give up. Instead, he would continue to cultivate and accumulate until he broke through. It was fine if he could not do it now. He would accumulate until he reached the peak. Maybe he could do it after he broke through to the 6th realm. Of course, if his cultivation state broke through to the 6th realm, the difficulty of upgrading his swordsmanship to the level of a divine spell would be reduced by many times. If he was in the Emperor realm, the difficulty of upgrading his swordsmanship to the level of a divine spell would be reduced by more than 10 times compared to when he was in the Emperor realm. If he was in the Saint realm, it would be a piece of cake. However, this was just a thought. It was not that simple. Unless there was some special opportunity, such as the virtual God secret realm that he entered before. However, the virtual God secret realm could not be open now. Therefore, everything depended on one's own efforts. For a cultivator, opportunities were indispensable, but one's own efforts were more important. On Tianguang Peak, Chunzong signed up for the competition of the Saint of Swordsmanship. Naturally, people from other peaks also signed up for the competition of the Saint of Swordsmanship. However, the competition of the Saint of Swordsmanship was not a trivial matter. Not everyone could sign up. One must be qualified enough. Therefore, in the end, there were more than 100 people who signed up for the competition of the Saint of Swordsmanship. The 36 peaks and the 8 great academies each had 3 to 5 people. In addition, there were also a few disciples from the punishment hall. More than 100 top-notch 5th-level disciples were all gathered on Taihao Peak. In front of them was the second elder of the High Elder Hall. The second elder was a half-saint. He was also recognized in Taihao Mountain as someone whose strength was second only to the Taihao Sword Saint and the first elder. Even the Hill Master dared not say that he could defeat him. Of course, the Hill Master was only a symbolic figure most of the time. The Hill Master basically did not care about the affairs of Taihao Mountain. He only focused on cultivating and breaking through to the Saint realm. Looking at the second elder, many people looked serious. Chunzong had also heard of the second elder's reputation, or rather, his notoriety. It cannot be helped. The second elder was a person who killed decisively. With a sword in hand, there was no equal. If one did not take into account strength, the second elder's deterrence was even greater than that of the first elder. Since you all have the intention to compete for the position of the saint, then the first test will begin. The second senior statesman was someone who did not like to waste his breath. His extremely cold gaze swept past the crowd, and his simple words rang out. His gaze was as cold and sharp as his voice. When it swept past the crowd, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. It was as if they were going to be cut and torn apart. As the second elder's words fell, the crowd felt a strong sense of unease. Before they could think carefully, a peerless, murderous intent suddenly erupted from the second elder's body. The murderous intent was so strong and intense that it frightened everyone. It was as if they had been pierced by a formless sword of murderous intent in an instant. It was as if they had been continuously pierced, torn apart, and chopped into pieces. Not only their bodies, but even their spirits were affected. It was as if their spirits and bodies were being destroyed, completely annihilated. In just a short breath's time, the 100 or so peak 5th realms from the 36 peaks, the 8 great schools, and the punishment hall immediately suffered a great attack under the second elder's terrifying killing intent. Some of them even collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand it. They were terrified beyond belief. In the second breath, another group of people fell to the ground. In the third breath, another group of people fell to the ground. At this point, the terrifying, murderous intent that swept through everything disappeared in an instant. In just 3 breaths, more than half of the peak 5th-level cultivators fell to the ground. They felt an inexplicable sense of horror, and their bodies could not help but tremble. You have all been eliminated. The second elder glanced coldly at the disciples who had fallen to the ground because of his murderous intent. With a wave of his hand, Sword Chi swept out like a storm, directly blowing these people away. They were in a very sorry state, and he did not show any mercy at all. Shenzong could not help but be secretly shocked. The second elder was truly a classic example of a man who was ruthless but did not speak much. Of course, if they were enemies, he would have killed them long ago. After 3 breaths of the second elder's shocking murderous intent, there were not many people who were still standing. In total, there were only 25 people. Shenzong was among them. The others were disciples from the 4 main peaks, the 8 great schools, and a few from the 24 subsidiary peaks. Among them, Chi-He from the ancient peak was among them. In the past 200 years, Chi-He had broken through to the 5th level. With his superb talent, the Blue Ocean clan's full nurturing, and his own desperate pursuit, his strength had increased explosively. He was now at the peak of the 5th level, and he was aiming to be ranked on the God King list. In addition, there were disciples from the 8 great schools who had passed, and a disciple from the punishment hall had passed as well. However, that was only the first trial. Now, let's begin the second trial. The second elder glanced at them coldly and said extremely directly. He did not give any prelude at all. Then, the second elder pointed his finger at the air like a sword, directly tearing a hole in the air. There are 100 sword badges in there. Go in and find them. When all the sword badges are found, the exit will appear and you can leave. In the end, the 10 people with the most sword badges will pass and enter the third trial, the second elder said quickly. The 25 people did not hesitate at all. They all turned into beams of sword light and disappeared in an instant. As soon as they entered, they found that it was a small world. There was a land, a sky, and also grass, trees, mountains, rocks, rivers, and so on. However, the chi of the universe here was very thin. Obviously, it was not a suitable place for cultivation. However, the purpose of entering here was to find the so-called sword token and obtain it. The more sword badges they obtained, the more likely they would be to pass the second trial and enter the third trial. There were a total of 100 sword badges, but there were 25 people. In total, each person could obtain 4 sword badges on average. However, that was not the case. The third trial would only take 10 people. In other words, some people were destined to obtain more sword badges, while others would only obtain fewer. Some people might not even obtain a single sword badge. So, how could they obtain more sword badges? Strength. Strength was the only guarantee. If they were not strong enough, no matter how many sword badges they obtained, they would still be taken away by others. However, if they were strong enough, they would be able to protect the sword badges they obtained. They could even steal the sword badges of others. It was that simple. Of course, apart from strength, there was also a bit of luck involved. For example, if they found quite a few sword badges, and the last sword badge just happened to be found, the exit would appear. If they left quickly, they would be able to protect those sword badges. Where were the sword badges? Since they did not know, they could only search. In an instant, the 25 people burst out with extremely fast speed and flew in all directions. Because no one knew where the sword badges would appear, they could only search. Shenzong was also searching. He spread out his divine thoughts and his perception to the extreme. Among the 25 people, no one could compare with Shenzong in terms of the strength of divine thoughts and perception, not to mention other things. Therefore, it did not take long for Shenzong to see the first sword badge. It fell on a huge stone, and half of it was embedded in it. In a flash, Shenzong immediately appeared in front of the sword badge and directly took it out. It was a palm-sized, sword-shaped badge. It was black and made of an unknown metal. The moment the sword badge was in his hand, it naturally emitted a trace of aura, which quickly spread out. Shenzong immediately mobilized his own strength but found that he could not isolate the aura emitted by the sword badge at all. It seemed to be a guide, guiding others to perceive the aura of the sword badge. Chapter 2845. 100 Sword Tokens. The first sword token was in his hands. Chunzong put it away and realized that the aura was not isolated. It continued to spread out as if telling others, "I have a sword token on me." Chunzong was speechless, but then he smiled. This was good too. It was convenient for others to find him, and it was also convenient for him to find others to snatch the sword tokens. The other 24 people were all very strong, but Chunzong was very confident that he could suppress them. Chunzong moved and began to search for the second sword token. The others also began to obtain their first sword tokens. They immediately realized that no matter what method they used, they could not hide the aura emitted by the sword tokens. Their thoughts were basically the same, which was to better sense other people's sword tokens so that they could defeat and snatch them. So many sword tokens. Before long, Chunzong sensed the aura of several sword tokens gathered together. He immediately changed direction and flew over. He saw 5 figures standing a distance away from each other, looking wary of each other. These 5 people all had the aura of a sword token. Moreover, they were all from the same token. However, the important thing was not the sword tokens on these people, but the sword token hanging on a big tree in front of them. It was a 100-meter tall tree, but there were no leaves. It was so bare that it looked like a withered tree. However, there were 10 sword tokens hanging on it. That's right, there were 10 sword tokens hanging on it. There were only 100 sword tokens in total, and there were 10 hanging on this withered tree. What a shocking number. If they could obtain all 10 sword tokens, it would not be a problem for them to rank in the top 10. However, the 5 people did not try to snatch the tokens because it was a big black bear lying under the withered tree. Just lying there, it was 3 meters tall. Once it stood up, it would definitely be more than 5 meters tall. Of course, this was not the main point. They had killed many larger beasts with their own hands. The main point was that the big black bear lying on the ground had an extremely powerful aura. It was so terrifying that everyone was wary of it. That aura had surpassed the 5th realm and reached the 6th realm. Although their abilities were not bad among the 5th realms, they were not enough to face the 6th realm big black bear. Let's work together. First, we'll lure that big black bear away. Then, we'll take the sword token. At that time, we'll divide it equally. One of the 5 said. The other 4 people thought for a moment, and it seemed that this was the only way. Otherwise, none of them would be a match for the big black bear. Of course, even if the 5 of them joined forces, they were still no match for the big black bear. However, if they joined forces, there was still hope for them to take the sword token away from the withered tree. However, just as they finished their discussion, a streak of light directly shot over from the distance. It was extremely fast, like a flash of light. It did not stop at all as it charged towards the withered tree. No, to be precise, it charged towards the 10 sword medallions hanging on the withered tree. Extremely fast. It was none other than Chunzong. Chunzong naturally felt the aura of the big black bear clearly. It was the aura of a 6th realm. However, it was only an ordinary 6th realm. He had killed quite a few of such powerful cultivators before. Of course, he was not afraid of this big black bear. However, Chunzong had no intention of attacking the big black bear. He only wanted to take the sword token away. Fast. Chunzong was extremely fast. In an instant, he had charged over. The big black bear's reaction was also very fast. The moment it felt Chunzong's aura approaching a certain range, it immediately woke up and stood up. It opened its mouth and let out a terrifying roar. The roar transformed into layers of sound waves that madly surged outwards. It was as if the void was about to collapse, and traces of black directly appeared. This scene instantly shocked the other 5 people. Such fast reaction speed, and such a terrifying sound wave attack. If they were the ones going up, they would have to kneel in one move. However, the sword light ignored it. It had an astonishing sharpness that was indomitable. It directly tore through the layers of sound waves and approached the withered tree. After that, The streak of light swept out and directly swept up the 10 sword medallions that were hanging on the tree. They were all stored in a storage artifact before flying forward. In a rage, the big black bear actually snatched the 10 sword tokens right under his nose. It was simply looking down on him. It was unforgivable. Chase. The big black bear was extremely violent. It immediately chased after him. Unfortunately, although it was very powerful, its speed was not as fast as Chunzong's. It could not catch up at all. The other 5 people were all dumbfounded. They were still discussing how to work together to lure the big black bear away and then seize the sword tokens. They did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the 10 sword tokens would be snatched away by someone else. He just left as fast as lightning. Dumbfounded. The 5 people were completely dumbfounded. They looked at each other and then at the bare withered tree. They did not know what to do. Chase. That person has 11 sword tokens on him. Immediately, the 5 people came to their senses and immediately chased after him at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, their speed was not comparable to Chunzong's at all. They could not catch up even if they chased after him. However, the aura of the 11 sword tokens was too strong. It was like a lighthouse that guided them forward. The big black bear could also sense the aura. It chased after it like a bulldozer, directly pushing through everything in its path. It was extremely violent, and its momentum was incomparably vast. The dirt and dust behind it surged like a huge dragon swaying. However, Chunzong shook it off. Chunzong's speed was really too fast. The aura of the 11 sword tokens. The eyes of the ultimate sword peak's genius lit up. He immediately intercepted him from the side. The ultimate sword peak's genius blocked Chunzong with his sword and said very directly, "Hand over 6 sword tokens and keep 5 for yourself." Chunzong also sensed that the other party had 3 sword tokens on him. In that case, hand over 2 sword tokens and keep 1 for yourself, Chunzong said to the other party with a smile. Then, let's see who's stronger with our swords. The ultimate sword peak's genius smiled coldly. His figure swayed and split into 3, each holding a sword. They were so lifelike that it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. They directly attacked from the left, middle, and right sides. He used his ultimate move as soon as he attacked. However, Chunzong did not move at all. He allowed the 3 figures to approach him. Then, he drew his sword. However, with a flash of sword light, the 2 figures collapsed and the 3rd figure was sent flying. The sword in his hand flew out of his hand. He was defeated with a single strike. The ultimate sword peak's genius was shocked. It was unbelievable that he had been defeated with a single strike. However, he still reluctantly handed over 2 sword tokens. The huge gap in strength made him unable to see any hope of fighting back. Basically, with such a person around, it was certain that he would be in the top 10. Perhaps the position of the sword principal Holy Sun had already been reserved. Chunzong did not rush to seize all of the other party's sword tokens. It was actually enough for him to get 2 out of 3 sword tokens. This was only the 2nd round of the assessment. There was still a 3rd round of assessment. The 2nd round would select 10 people. Now that he had 13 sword tokens, it was almost certain that he would enter the top 10. No, it should be said that it was 100% certain. After all, there were 25 people, but there were only 100 sword tokens. Even if 15 people did not get a single sword token, the other 10 people would each get 10 sword tokens on average. Of course, it was impossible to be average. Some people would definitely get more than 10 sword tokens, and some would get less than 10 sword tokens. Therefore, Chunzong now had 13 sword tokens, so he would definitely be in the top 10. Therefore, Chunzong was not in a hurry. It was a good thing to get more sword tokens, but it was not a big deal if he could not get more sword tokens. However, Chunzong now had 13 sword tokens. The aura of the 13 sword tokens was very strong and spread far away, so more people could sense it. Chase. This time, there were 3 people chasing after him. One was a disciple from the punishment hall, and the other 2 were disciples from 2 of the 4 main peaks. Sensing that Chunzong had 13 sword tokens, the 3 of them were very eager. "Chunzong, we don't want too many. "Just give us 9 sword tokens," said the Punishment Hall disciple directly. The 3 of them formed a circle and surrounded Qinzong to prevent Qinzong from escaping. Among the 3 of them, one had 5 sword tokens, while the other 2 had 4 sword tokens. "Then each of you give me 3 sword tokens." Qinzong smiled slightly. Qinzong's words directly angered the 3 sky prides. They were the sky prides of the Punishment Hall and the 2 main peaks. They were the strongest among the 5th level. How dare he say such words to them when they joined forces? It seems that you don't intend to cooperate. The Punishment Hall disciple smiled coldly. Then they knelt down. The 3 of them were indeed very strong. They were at the demigod emperor level and were very strong among the demigod emperors. However, they met Qinzong, who suppressed the 3 of them with his swordsmanship and defeated them. It was a complete one-sided victory. There was no other way. Qinzong's true strength had already surpassed the 5th level and reached the 6th level. Even if he didn't use any trump cards, he was still at the 6th level. In the end, the 3 of them had a hand over 3 sword tokens, which added up to 9 sword tokens. Qinzong originally had 13 sword tokens, but it suddenly increased to 22 sword tokens. At this moment, the last sword token had been found, and the exit was opened. With a roar, Qinzong turned into sword light and swept across the sky. He flew toward the exit in an instant. Without any pause, he flew out of the exit and appeared on Taihao Peak. Qinzong was the first to come out. The second senior statesman's eyes turned and fell directly on Qinzong. He sensed the aura of the sword tokens on Qinzong, and a trace of undetectable surprise flashed across his eyes. 22 sword tokens. There were only 100 sword tokens in total. This young man had taken almost a quarter of them. It was too shocking. However, the second senior statesman knew Qinzong. He used to be number 1 on the Divine General and Divine Lord rankings. Now, he was number 1 on the Divine King rankings. His talent and potential were amazing. It wouldn't be difficult for him to make it to the top 100 of the Divine King rankings. He might even make it to the top 10 or top 3. Chapter 2846. The space-crossing divine ship started and flew out of Taihao Mountain. There were 10 disciples on the ship. They were the ones who had passed the first and second tests. They were preparing to go to the third test, which was also the last test. These 10 people were the disciples of the 4 main peaks, the disciples of the Punishment Palace, the disciples of the 4 main peaks, and the disciples of the Guilin Peak. The disciple of the Guilin Peak was Qi. After being defeated by Qinzong, he worked hard and cultivated with all his might. He even ventured into some forbidden areas. He didn't die and gain a lot. His strength improved rapidly. With the help of the Lan Hai clan, he was indeed very strong now. However, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be compared with Qinzong. In addition to these 10 people, there was also the second senior statesman on the space-crossing divine ship. In addition, there were several Monarch Realm experts and 10 Emperor Realm experts. Only the second senior statesman knew where the third test was held. The others didn't know. The second senior statesman didn't give any explanation now. They would only know when they arrived. Although Qinzong was curious, he didn't plan to explore. Instead, he cultivated quietly. Even if this period of cultivation couldn't help him improve, it was still a kind of accumulation and a kind of habit. The path of cultivation was like sailing against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Only if you maintained it all the time could you stabilize and improve gradually. This trip wasn't short. After a full month, they entered a land and finally stopped at a place a few hundred miles away from a valley. Ahead is an important stronghold of the Inferno demon sect. The second senior statesman stood at the bow of the ship and pointed at the valley a few hundred miles away. There was a trace of demonic aura there. It was very terrifying and blazing. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the third test to be related to the Inferno demon sect. What you have to do is to eliminate this stronghold of the Inferno demon sect, the second senior statesman said coldly. His eyes were calm like an ancient well, but he gently spat out 3 words that seemed to contain thousands of murderous intent. Kill without mercy. The killing intent was piercingly cold and decisive. It was like a bolt of cold lightning that directly swept through everyone's bodies. Immediately, they couldn't help but tremble as a chill rose from their hearts. In that stronghold, there will naturally be people to deal with the 6th and 7th realms. As for the others, I'll leave them to you. When the time comes, your performance will be combined with the 1st and 2nd test to determine who is qualified to become the Sword Dao Holy Son, said the 2nd elder. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. He actually had to combine the results of the 1st and 2nd tests. This was not mentioned before. In that case, those who performed better in the 1st and 2nd stages would have a higher chance of succeeding. There was no other way. He could only perform better in the 3rd stage and kill more Purgatory Demon sect members. Only by performing better could he earn more points. Luckily, those 6th and 7th realms could be dealt with by the other 6th and 7th realms. Set off. As soon as the 2nd elder finished speaking, he took the lead and flew out of the space-crossing divine ship. The other Emperor-level and Emperor-level experts also flew out together. Last were the 10 prodigies who would be taking the test. Maintaining an appropriate speed, the group quickly headed in the direction of the Purgatory Demon sect. During this time, the 2nd elder used some kind of secret treasure to conceal everyone's aura and figure. They only appeared when they were completely close to the Purgatory Demon sect. The Purgatory Demon sect was completely unprepared and was directly attacked. Of course, this was also because there were no half-sage experts in the stronghold. Otherwise, they would have long discovered the arrival of the Taihao Mountain group. Kill. As soon as everyone appeared, they immediately rushed down and drew their swords to kill. In this stronghold, there were some Emperor-level experts and Emperor-level experts. Of course, there were more 4th and 5th realms. The most powerful one was a top-notch Emperor-level expert. He was also the person in charge of this stronghold and a high-level figure in the Purgatory Demon sect. This powerful Emperor-level expert did not need to be considered by the others. Naturally, the 2nd elder would take action. As for the 10 prodigies, all they had to do was to kill the 4th and 5th realms in the stronghold. Qinzong had come into contact with the Infernal Order more often. As for the Purgatory Demon sect, he had only come into contact with them once. That was the Purgatory Demon General in the Chaos region. Although he had only come into contact with them once, Qinzong still had some understanding of the Purgatory Demon sect. Their path of cultivation was different from the orthodox path of cultivation. The members of the Purgatory Demon sect could transform into demonic beasts and their strength would skyrocket. Not only that, they could also borrow the power of the Purgatory Demon divinity, allowing them to transform into demonic beasts and become even more tyrannical. Simply put, an ordinary 5th realm Purgatory Demon General would become extremely terrifying once he gave it his all. People from the Taihao Mountain, how dare they come directly to our door? Kill them all. One by one, the members of the Purgatory Demon sect were extremely furious and unleashed a terrifying aura. The Emperor-level experts of the Purgatory Demon sect were naturally dealt with by the Emperor-level experts of the Taihao Mountain, and the Emperor-level experts of the Purgatory Demon sect were naturally dealt with by the Taihao Mountain. As for the 4th and 5th realms of the Purgatory Demon sect disciples, they were naturally dealt with by the 10 prodigies. That was their opponent. There weren't many prodigies from Taihao Mountain participating in the 3rd test, only 10 of them. However, there were quite a number of 5th realm Inferno Demon Generals from the Inferno Demon Gate in this stronghold. There were close to 200 of them. The difference in numbers was huge. However, none of the 10 swordsmen from Taihao Mountain felt any fear. Not even the slightest bit. Kill. Qinzong unsheathed his sword. The sword light flashed and directly killed 2 Purgatory Demon Generals. Explode. The Purgatory Demon Generals all exploded. Their auras surged wildly as they transformed into demons. Their auras directly increased by 3 or even 4 times, becoming extremely terrifying. The Emperor-level experts also fought the Emperor-level experts of the Purgatory Demon sect, and so did the Emperor-level experts. It's you. You really think highly of me. When the strongest person in the stronghold, the elder of the Purgatory Demon sect, saw the 2nd Grand Elder, He was first stunned, and then his pupils shrank to the size of needles. The second Grand Elder. The second Grand Elder of the Taihao Mountain was the famous killer, a terrifying expert with an astonishing murderous nature. Transform. Demonize. Without the slightest hesitation, the Purgatory Demon Sect's top Monarch Realm expert immediately erupted with all his strength and transformed into a 5-meter-tall monster. He erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. Blood-red flames burned incessantly, as if everything around him would be burned to ashes. Under the demonization, his strength also increased by several times. There was no other way. If he did not demonize in time, he might be directly killed by this killer. There was no need to doubt, and there was no need to think in vain, because those who did were already dead. In addition, he also wanted to kill this killer. In this way, it would be a great blow to the Taihao Mountain. It was not comparable to killing a sword saint. Yes, the 10th sword saint of the Taihao Mountain was killed by the Purgatory Demon Sect. Otherwise, the third test would not have been specially targeted against the Purgatory Demon Sect. It was both a test and revenge. If you kill the sword saint of the Taihao Mountain, you will have to bear the consequences. The second Grand Elder watched coldly from the sidelines. He watched the other party demonize and did not move to stop him. Instead, he let the other party do as he pleased. It was more interesting to kill the strong. When he saw that the other party had completed his demon transformation and his aura had increased by several times, the second Grand Elder's eyes began to ripple a little. It seemed that he was a little interested. First, this top Imperial-level demonic cultivator's strength was close to that of a demi-saint. As soon as he attacked, he shattered the space and arrived with terrible power in an instant. The second Elder's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately drew his sword. The moment the sword was unsheathed, murderous intent filled the sky. It poured out like a torrent, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Under this murderous intent, the void seemed to be frozen. Even time and space seemed to be frozen. The second Grand Elder did not comprehend the way of time or way of space. He only used his terrifying sword will to freeze time and space. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the sword pierced through the air. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. It met the other party's attack head-on. The sword light of this sword was extremely condensed. It condensed an incomparably terrifying murderous intent. In an instant, the top Emperor-level expert's pupils shrank to the size of needles. A trace of fear bloomed in the depths of his eyes. The murderous intent was too strong. It was only an instant of impact, an unstoppable impact, but it made him feel as if he had fallen into a sea of blood. It was as if he was about to be drowned in the sea of blood. It was difficult to breathe. His whole body was sinking, as if he was about to fall into an endless abyss of corpses. How could it be so terrifying? He finally understood how the second Grand Elder got his nickname of the Killing Star. He lived up to his name. No, he seemed to be even more shocking and terrifying than the legends. He couldn't block it. The power of this sword was too terrifying. There was no way to block it at all. The tyrannical attack was instantly shattered by the second senior statesman's sword. The sword light continued forward as if there was no way to block it at all. It was invincible. Kill. Even though his strength had increased several times after demonifying, nearing the half-saint level, he still couldn't block the second Grand Elder's killing sword. Even at the half-saint level, the second Grand Elder's strength was extremely tyrannical. He belonged to the top of the half-saint level. He was a terrifying expert who was only a hair's breadth away from the saint level. His killing move wasn't that easy to block. Even a top half-saint would have to treat it with caution. How could an expert who hadn't even reached the half-saint level resist it? The only result was death. The sword pierced through his opponent's forehead. The terrifying murderous sword will directly destroy his opponent's spirit. He couldn't even self-destruct. The second Grand Elder withdrew his sword. He shook it gently to shake off the remaining bloodstains on it. He sheathed his sword. His movements were graceful and calm, as if it were a work of art. After he sheathed his sword, the second Grand Elder swept his gaze over the battlefield. He saw every battle clearly. Then, he was slightly startled. His eyes lit up as he stared directly to the left. That was where Chunzong was. A sixth realm cultivator had suddenly appeared and attacked Chunzong. Chapter 28:47. Chunzong was killing more than a dozen fifth realms. Moreover, they were all fifth realms that had undergone demon transformations. Although their abilities had increased several times, they were no match for Chunzong at all. There was no other reason other than that Chunzong's abilities were incomparable to those of the fifth realms. Some fourth realms that had undergone demon transformations wanted to take advantage of the situation, but they also ended up dead. Compared to the other 9 prodigies, Chunzong was undoubtedly the fastest. The others had not even killed 10 fifth realm demon generals yet. It could not be helped. Demon generals that had undergone demon transformations had their abilities increased several times. Ordinary fifth realms would have the abilities of a top fifth realm after transformations. After transformations, they would have the abilities of a demi-emperor. After transformations, they would have the abilities of a top demi-emperor. After transformations, they would have the abilities of a top demi-emperor. Chunzong had killed the most and attracted the attention of an emperor-level cultivator from the Purgatory Demon Sect stronghold. There were some discrepancies in the intelligence. They had not fully investigated the number of emperor-level cultivators in the stronghold. It was expected that there would be some discrepancies. However, with the second senior statesman around, there would basically be no slip-ups. Seeing that the emperor-level cultivator attacked Chunzong and was about to kill him, the second senior statesman prepared to draw his sword. In just an instant, his hand pressed on the sword hilt. The moment his 5 fingers clasped the hilt, he could immediately draw his sword out of its sheath. However, just as he was about to draw his sword, the second senior statesman paused. This was because he realized that Chunzong's expression did not have the slightest hint of panic or seriousness in the face of the emperor-level cultivator's attack. On the contrary, he actually revealed a hint of excitement. A fifth realm cultivator actually revealed a hint of excitement in the face of a sixth realm's attack. What was this? In the face of the sixth realm's attack, Chunzong did not dodge. Instead, he slashed his sword through the air. The sword light was extremely bright and extremely fast. It was extremely terrifying as it traversed the sky. The brilliance of the condensed light was indescribable. Even the second senior statesman, who had the abilities of a top demi-saint, felt an indescribable shock. This was because the sword lights might had completely surpassed the 5th level and reached the 6th level. Letting go of the sword hilt, the second elder paid more attention to Chunzong. He wanted to see how Chunzong would deal with a 6th realm cultivator. Would he be able to contend with him? If he could do it, then he would have to re-evaluate Chunzong. The second senior statesman didn't know what Chunzong had done in the past. He didn't know that Chunzong had already killed several Emperor Realm experts. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so surprised. Chunzong had been killing 5th Realm demon generals all this time. His opponents were too weak, and he wasn't someone who liked to bully soft persimmons. Now that a 6th Realm cultivator had appeared, it wasn't bad. He could fight to his heart's content. The Heavenly Gold Sword body was activated. As the Platinum Divine inscriptions filled the air, traces of a sharp aura also spread out. The Platinum Divine inscriptions seemed to eventually converge on Chunzong's eyes, but also seemed to have started from Chunzong's eyes. It made Chunzong's eyes look even sharper. They were so sharp that they could see through everything. That kind of light was too sharp to the extent that the other party felt endlessly apprehensive. Chunzong's figure flashed. First, he turned illusory in an instant. Then he solidified. The moment he switched between illusory and corporeal, he had already closed in on his opponent. His frost stream sword burst forth with an astonishingly sharp and chilling light. It was as if it wanted to freeze the surroundings as it attacked. That sword was so fast that it seemed to be able to freeze everything. It was so fast that it seemed to ignore time and space. Chunzong was best at close-range combat. The Heart Sword technique and the World Sword technique were both at the pinnacle of Sun-class techniques, and they were at the limit. If they broke through, they would reach the level of Divine Sword technique. This sword technique, the second Grand Elder was stunned. Of course, his sword technique was already at the level of divine sword technique, and it was very profound. It wasn't something that Chun Zong could compare with. Now that he thought about it, he wondered what level his sword technique was at when he was still at the 5th realm. It was indeed a Sun class technique, but it was only at the mid-tier Sun class technique. Back then, he had already surpassed many of his peers and seniors, and only a few people could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Now, he saw with his own eyes that a 5th realm warrior had mastered a top-tier Sun class technique. If he didn't see it with his own eyes and heard it from others, he wouldn't believe it. However, facts were facts, and he had to believe it. He saw it with his own eyes, and he didn't fall into an illusion. Sigh. The second Grand Elder sighed with emotion. This level of talent in the Tao of Swords was indeed enviable. Moreover, not only was his swordsmanship so superb, but his strength was also very strong. He was only at the 5th level, but his strength was comparable to that of a 6th level. The platinum patterns on his body were also extraordinary. There was an indescribable wonder to them, and they were indescribably wonderful. As a top semi-sage expert, the second senior elder couldn't be compared to others. His pair of sharp eyes could see through many mysteries. Even so, he couldn't truly see through Chun Zong. He always felt that Chun Zong's body was covered by a layer of mysterious gauze. It seemed as if he could see through Chun Zong, but in fact, he couldn't see through him. As the second Grand Elder sighed with emotion, the battle between Chun Zong and that 6th realm warrior got more intense. Demonic transformation. This 6th realm warrior unleashed his full power and directly turned into his demonic form. He realized that if he didn't turn into his demonic form, he would be suppressed by his opponent's sword technique. In terms of physical strength, his opponent wasn't inferior to him at all. In terms of technique, his opponent was actually better than him. As such, he had no choice but to unleash his full power. Under his demonic form, his demonic flames burned more fiercely and fiercely. His physical strength also increased by 3 times, immediately putting Chun Zong under heavy pressure. Sword sharpening technique was strengthened. Chun Zong also unleashed his full power. He directly raised the first level of the sword sharpening technique to the 5th level, causing the power of each sword to increase by 5 times. Tier. Under the sword light, the space was constantly torn apart. Streaks of pitch-black sword marks appeared, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The second Grand Elder became more and more shocked as he watched. A quarter of an hour. Chun Zong and that 6th realm warrior had been fighting fiercely for a quarter of an hour. He had even forced his opponent to turn into his demonic form. However, he wasn't at a disadvantage and could still fight on. Die! The demonic Emperor realm warrior was extremely furious. The crimson flames around him burned wildly and soared into the sky. It was as if he had turned into a fiery demon that pounced on Chun Zong, destroying everything. Chun Zong's hair stood on end. This was a divine technique. The divine technique unleashed by his opponent was extremely powerful. Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. Without hesitation, Chun Zong also unleashed his full power. Although the sword sharpening technique couldn't enhance the Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique, its power was still very terrifying. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword light was like a crescent moon across the sky. It tore through everything, cut through everything, and instantly collided with the opponent's fiery demon. Lone Swallow returns. With a turn of his body, the second sword light, which carried an even more powerful power, pierced through the air. After 2 consecutive slashes, the fiery demon was instantly defeated. Chun Zong's eyes were extremely bright. His eyes were extremely sharp. He stretched out his left finger and pointed it. In an instant, the space around him froze. Even the demonic Emperor Realm Warrior stopped moving. Immediately after, Chun Zong pointed his finger a second time. Tier. When the Emperor Realm Warrior unleashed all his power to break free from the shackles of the finger-pointing technique, Chun Zong's second finger also arrived. This was a killing move. The finger-pointing technique. In an instant, The space around the body of the demonic Emperor Realm warrior was directly torn apart, as if it had been cut by an invisible divine weapon. The crack was more than a meter long and as thick as a finger. It appeared very quickly and was covered with saw teeth. With the current strength of Chun Zong's attack, it was enough to tear apart space. However, the finger-pointing technique was different. Not only could it tear apart space, but it was also an extremely powerful spatial crack. In comparison, the power of Chun Zong's finger-pointing technique was at least 3 times weaker than that of the finger-pointing technique. The Emperor Realm warrior dodged in time, but he still couldn't completely avoid it. His 2 calves were torn apart by the spatial crack and were directly broken. However, only 2 broken legs were not enough to kill him. On the contrary, he still had the strength to fight again. The Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique? Sky Slash. In an instant, the Emperor Realm warrior's essence, energy, and spirit were rapidly consumed. His cultivation power also poured out like a flood, condensing into a powerful force that instantly surged into the scabbard. The sword in the scabbard trembled as if it couldn't bear it anymore. He unsheathed his sword. He directly slashed out with his sword. The sword light was peerless, and it seemed to be able to cut through everything in an instant. The void was directly cut open, and a shocking crack appeared. The power of the Sky Slash was twice as strong as that of an ordinary Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique. When this sword slashed out, there was a kind of brilliant and domineering divine power. It was as if it could overturn the heavens and the earth. He couldn't block it. The demonified monarch had originally targeted the wound on his calf that had been cut off. He had charged forward decisively, wanting to get rid of Chun Zong. He had been very ruthless. However, when Chun Zong slashed out with his sword, his eyes were filled with indescribable shock. He couldn't block it or dodge it. He was immediately slashed by the sword. All of his resistance was destroyed in an instant, and his body was instantly cut in half. Then, Chun Zong took advantage of the situation and kicked out, sending his opponent's body flying. At the same time, he infused a large amount of sword chi into his opponent's body, wreaking havoc in his opponent's remaining body to prevent him from self-destructing before his death. Chun Zong didn't use the black mark and a mysterious seed to devour his opponent's soul and vitality, because Chun Zong knew that the second senior statesman was watching the battle. He might also be watched. With the second senior statesman's ability, he might be able to see through something. To be safe, it was better not to devour his opponent's soul. If he really wanted to devour his opponent's soul, there would still be many opportunities in the future. After witnessing Chun Zong kill a demonic Emperor Realm warrior head-on, without using any life-saving trump cards, the second senior statesman knew that this assessment was as good as over. There was no need to say more about who the Sword Dao Holy Sun was. None of the other 9 could kill a 6th Realm warrior when they were at the 5th Realm. No, not to mention killing a 6th Realm warrior, it wasn't that easy to even contend with a 6th Realm warrior. However, Chun Zong did it. He didn't cheat at all. He did it with his own ability. The second senior statesman smiled. Unknowingly, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 2848. Send eldest son to the training class. And the stronghold of the Purgatory Demon sect was directly eradicated. The 6th Realm and 7th Realm experts were all killed by the experts of the Taihao Mountain. After all, the Taihao Mountain had come prepared. They had investigated this stronghold for a long time and had also paid attention to it for a long time. They had made a more complete analysis of its strength. Even if there were some omissions, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The 4th Realm and 5th Realm experts didn't manage to escape and were all killed. In the end, except for Chun Zong, the other 9 Sky Prides were all injured. Their injuries weren't very serious, but they weren't light either. On the space-crossing divine ship, the 9 Sky Prides looked at Chun Zong, who was clean and uninjured, as if he was here for a vacation. Compared to them, who were slightly battered and injured, it was a completely different matter. Chun Zong had also fought. They all had a feeling that perhaps they had all lost the battle for the Sword Dao Holy Sun this time. There was only one true winner, And that was the young man in a silver-white sword robe, standing on the deck with a calm expression. His body was as straight as a sword. It took a month to come and another month to return. This space-crossing divine ship was a high-level space-crossing divine ship. It had the speed of an Emperor-level expert. With such speed, it would take a month. If it were a fifth realm expert, it wouldn't be possible without at least a few years. 10 days later, darkness filled the air. In the darkness, there was a pitch-black space-crossing divine ship. This space-crossing divine ship blocked the path of the Taihao Mountains space-crossing divine ship without hesitation. Following that, several figures appeared and surrounded the space-crossing divine ship of the Taihao Mountain. Infernal Order Bastard. The second senior statesman's eyes were filled with extremely sharp killing intent. His terrifying killing intent also spread out, as if a massacre hell had descended. So it's Ginny no-kill. Among the group of black-robed people surrounded by wisps of dark aura, the leader took a step forward. Under the cover of the black robe, an old face full of wrinkles was revealed. His eyes were dark and deep, causing one's heart to palpitate. The second senior statesman's eyes narrowed slightly. Old Man Blacklight. The second elder was Ginny No-Kill. That was a famous name in the universe. In addition to Old Man Blacklight, there was also a group of emperors and emperors from the Infernal Order. In total, there were more than 20 of them. In terms of the number of emperors and emperors, they surpassed Mount Taihao. However, the second Grand Elder did not make a move. Neither did Old Man Blacklight. Why? Because he wasn't confident. Old Man Blacklight was not confident that he could defeat the second Doyen, and the second Doyen was not confident that he could defeat Old Man Blacklight in a short period of time. If Old Man Blacklight held them back, then the others would not have the upper hand, especially the 10 Fifth Realms. They were very dangerous, especially Chunzong. Even if he could kill all of these Infernal Order members by himself, Mount Taihao would still suffer heavy losses. Old Man Blacklight also had the same concerns. Once the battle started, not to mention the others, he would definitely be targeted by G&D. He might even be killed by him. He didn't want to die. Under the fear of each other, the atmosphere was strange, but the battle did not start. Old Man Blacklight eventually led his people back to the pitch-black space-crossing divine ship, turned around, and left. The second Grand Elder withdrew his gaze, and the space-crossing divine ship started again, flying toward Mount Taihao. A life-and-death battle almost started, but it did not start in the end. Of course, if it was only the second Grand Elder alone, then there was no need to say anything more. He would draw his sword and kill. Time flew by, and the space-crossing divine ship returned to Mount Taihao, flying directly to Mount Taihao. Everyone else also got off the space-crossing divine ship. I hereby announce that the first place of the Sword Tao Holy Sun test is... The second Grand Elder paused for a moment, as if he wanted to keep everyone in suspense. His gaze swept across the crowd, causing their hearts to tremble involuntarily. They couldn't help but feel a bit of hope for no reason. Tianguang Peak Sword Disciple Chunzong. When a second Grand Elder said the 3 words Tianguang Peak, the 9 people were like deflated balloons, immediately knowing that there was no hope. There was no other way. Among the 10 of them, there was only one disciple of Tianguang Peak, and that was Chunzong. Just as expected, nothing could be seen from the first test, but in the second test, Chunzong obtained the most sword tokens, so some results were added to his score. In the third test, Chunzong killed the most 5th Realm cultivators. Of course, they did not know that Chunzong also killed a 6th Realm cultivator. Only the second Grand Elder knew about that battle. The others were all fighting their own battles, so they did not know, and the second Grand Elder did not mention it. Hearing the second Grand Elder's words, Chunzong was a little happy, but not too happy, and he quickly calmed down. The Sword Sect Holy Sun. Back then, when he became a disciple of Mount Taihao, his goal was to become the Sword Sect Holy Sun, and then meet the Taihao Sword Saint. However, he did not expect to meet the Taihao Sword Saint before he became the Sword Sect Holy Sun, and he even obtained some fated opportunities. After that, Chunzong was not so eager to obtain the position of the sword sect Holy Sun, as it was not essential. Now, he did not expect to become the sword sect Holy Sun by coincidence. The conferring ceremony will be held in 3 months, the second Grand Elder said again, and then he asked everyone to leave. The sword sect Holy Sun of Mount Taihao was a symbol. It was a symbol of status, talent, and strength. Therefore, it was not a casual ceremony, but a conferring ceremony would be held. Usually, people from various holy lands would be invited to participate and observe the ceremony. However, since the second Grand Elder had already pointed out that Chunzong was the sword sect Holy Sun, unless he was killed within these 3 months, it was an undeniable fact. Chunzong, take this book back and read it carefully. The second Grand Elder called out to Chunzong and handed him a book that was neither thin nor thick. It was very simple, and he did not know what kind of leather it was made of. It felt a little rough to the touch. This book did not have a name, and its cover was silver gray. It had an extremely mysterious and indescribable aura. With some curiosity, Chunzong put away the book and returned to Tianguang Peak. The news that Chunzong had become the sword sect Holy Sun had spread. Therefore, when he returned to Tianguang Peak, he was welcomed by the Tianguang Peak Lord and a group of elders. After the chief elder, he was still behind closed doors to recover from his injuries. The Tianguang Peak Lord was very happy. Chunzong had become the sword sect Holy Sun, and his status was completely different. However, after the conferring ceremony, Chunzong would leave Tianguang Peak and join Mount Taihao. This was because the sword sect Holy Sun belonged to Mount Taihao and not to any peak. However, Chunzong was still from Tianguang Peak, and Tianguang Peak also carried Chunzong's glory. After meeting the Peak Lord and the others, Chunzong returned to his manor cave to continue his closed-door cultivation. However, he first read the mysterious book given to him by the second elder. Previously, Chunzong found that this book could not be opened. In other words, it could not be opened with a single flip. It could be opened. He tried to channel his cultivation energy into the book, but he found that he still could not open it. Then, Chunzong tried to channel his energy into the book and immediately felt the book in his hand tremble slightly. Then, Chunzong opened it. On the first page, there were only 4 words, "Kill all." The moment he saw those 4 words, Chunzong immediately felt a monstrous killing intent rushing toward him. This killing intent was not targeted at him, but at everything. It was targeted at heaven and earth, at all living things, and at everything. It was as if everything could be killed, nothing could not be killed, and nothing could not be killed. Chunzong almost suffocated. In front of this monstrous killing intent, it was as if there was a sea of killing intent, but also as if there was an abyss of killing intent. Fortunately, Chunzong's energy was very strong, and his sword intent was extremely tough. He forcefully resisted the monstrous killing intent from those 4 words, and it took him a while to get used to it. There seemed to be mountains of corpses and seas of blood contained within those 4 words. Then, Chunzong turned to the second page. The first words that came into his sight were still 4 words, "Kill sword technique." Kill sword technique. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. The second elder's title was the Kill Jiendi. Could this kill sword technique be the great path sword technique that the second elder mastered? No. At the second elder's level, this sword technique had already surpassed the level of great path sword technique and reached the level of origin sword technique. The upper limit of great path sword technique was the limit of sun class unique techniques, and the beginning of origin sword technique was the lowest level of divine sword technique. Of course, the kill sword technique recorded on this page started from great path sword technique. After all, origin sword technique was also improved from great path sword technique. With Chunzong's current level, it was impossible for him to comprehend origin sword technique. Below the 4 big words, void killing sword art, was a row of small words. Without killing, everything in the world could be killed. Living beings and dead spirits could be killed. Time and space could be killed. Nothingness could be killed. There was nothing that could not be killed. Seeing this line of words, Chunzong couldn't help but be stunned, and an indescribable emotion emerged from the bottom of his heart for no reason. What a strong, killing intent. What a shocking tone. Everything can be killed. Everything in time and space and nothingness can be killed. That's too shocking. Looking further down, there was a drawing. It looked like a very simple drawing of a person holding a sword, and it seemed to be drawn with a few simple strokes. However, when Chunzong focused on it, the simple person holding the sword seemed to come alive in an instant. It became complete and directly turned into a figure wearing a silver-gray sword robe. Instantly, the eyes of the figure in the silver-gray sword robe seemed to emit a ray of light as he stared at Chunzong. Then, he unsheathed his sword and pierced through the air. Chunzong only felt a shocking murderous intent spread out and penetrated his bones. The murderous intent of the sword seemed to want to freeze his spirit and spirit, and it also seemed to pierce through his divine soul. It was extremely terrifying. Repeatedly, the figure holding the sword was piercing the sword repeatedly. This stab was very simple. He just pulled out the sword and pierced it out. It looked easy, but Chunzong knew that it wasn't that simple. That was a sword that had been tempered thousands of times, and it was a sword that had returned to its original state. It was a sword that had reached the peak of basic sword techniques. Not only that, but there was also an indescribable mystery in the sword. It was murderous intent, and murderous spirit. The murderous intent and murderous spirit merged into the sword and turned into a terrifying force that pierced out. It pierced through everything. Chapter 2849. Brothers, please give me some monthly votes. The monthly votes are too few, and it doesn't look good. This book was the no-kill sword technique, since it contained all the knowledge that no-kill Jiandi had in his life. Not only did it contain the no-kill sword technique, but it also contained the ultimate techniques and godly spells that no-kill Jiandi created himself. It was a complete book. This sword technique was an ultimate treasure. If it got out, it would cause a bloodbath, and many people would fight over it. But now, the unkillable Sword Emperor had directly handed it to him. Moreover, he had no intention of becoming Chunzong's disciple. This made Chunzong feel that this book was extremely heavy. However, Chunzong didn't refuse to read it. Since the second Grand Elder gave it to him, it was a form of acknowledgement. Then, he could read and comprehend it to his heart's content. The moves of the no-kill sword technique weren't complicated. Quite the contrary, they were simple. However, this simplicity wasn't crude. Instead, it was exquisite. It was the simplicity of Tao returning to its original simplicity. More importantly, the usage of power was infused with murderous spirit and murderous spirit. It was very profound. If one wanted to cultivate the no-kill sword technique, they had to kill. The no-kill sword technique didn't mean that it didn't kill. It meant that there was nothing that it couldn't kill. Chunzong's foundation in swordsmanship was firm, and he had great comprehension. With the help of the One Heart Sutra, it wasn't hard for him to comprehend the no-kill sword technique. In addition, Chunzong had killed many creatures with his sword. It didn't matter if they were humans, demons, or other creatures. Every time he killed them, he would accumulate murderous spirit. As for the murderous spirit and murderous spirit, it came from his heart. Soon, Chunzong mastered the no-kill sword technique, and he continued to improve it to the level of a Sun-class secret technique. Only then did the progress slow down. However, with Chunzong's level of swordsmanship, it wasn't hard for him to improve it to the level of a Sun-class secret technique. He just needed to spend more time. In addition, the no-kill sword technique was divided into the Tao chapter and the origin chapter. After he cultivated the Tao chapter to the extreme, he could start to comprehend the origin chapter. If he could comprehend it, it would be of great help to his heart sword art and world sword art to the origin sword art level. In addition to the no-kill swordsmanship, Chunzong would also comprehend the unique skills of the no-kill swordsmanship. Although the unique skills were not that important to him, they were still a kind of foundation. The more he comprehended and mastered them, the more he would accumulate. Time flew by. A month had passed. The Sword Tao Saints conferring ceremony thus began. However, the conferring ceremony this time wasn't as grand as the previous one. This was because the current situation wasn't very good. The infernal order and the Purgatory Demon Gate were in chaos. The rise of the god-worshipping religion had caused the situation in the universe to be very chaotic. Even if they had sent out invitations to other holy lands, they might not have specially come. Even if they did come, they would only send 1 or 2 people over. It would not be as grand as before. Since that was the case, he might as well not invite him. The grand conferral ceremony was held directly on Taihao Peak. All the senior statesmen of the Senior Statesmen's Hall had come forward. Senior Statesman Ten's expression was ugly, but he had to endure it. This feeling was really stifling. In addition to the senior statesmen, the upper echelons of the 36 peaks and the 8 great academies naturally had to attend. In addition, the other Sword Dao saints were also present. Chun Zong entered, stepping on the golden-red, sword-patterned carpet. He walked forward step by step. The first senior statesman was standing there, holding a hollowed-out golden, sheathed longsword in his hand. This sword looked very gorgeous, but it also had an indescribable sense of restraint. The aura it emitted was also very solemn. God, Chunzong. He walked in front of the first senior statesman with a solemn expression and gave him a grand sword salute. Sword Son Chunzong, accept the sword salute. The first senior statesman's voice was low and vigorous, containing the power of the Sword Dao. It seemed to have resonated with the origin of the Sword Dao in the universe. In an instant, thousands of sword cries sounded from all directions, as if wisps of sword light were disappearing. At that moment, the surroundings seemed to have turned into a world of swords. Disciple Chunzong, accept the sword salute. After performing the sword salute, Chunzong reached out his hands with a solemn expression and held the sword handed over by the first senior statesman. The sword was light, but when it fell into Chunzong's hands, it made him feel extremely heavy. This kind of heaviness was not the weight of the sword itself, but the spirit and responsibility it carried. It was a kind of meaning, the Sword Dao Saint, a symbol of Taihao Mountain. With the sword salute in hand, it meant that Chunzong had officially become the Sword Dao Saint of Taihao Mountain, rank 12th. The 12th Sword Dao Saint did not refer to the strength of the Sword Dao Saint, but the order in which he was ranked. The conferring ceremony ended. Although no one from the other holy lands came to witness it, the people of Taihao Mountain witnessed it, and the news spread. The disciple of Tingguang Peak, Chunzong, became the Sword Dao Saint of Taihao Mountain. When they heard the news, the Infernal Order and the Infernal Demon Sect were furious. Why were they furious? It was because Chunzong had eliminated 3 strongholds of the Infernal Order. As for the Infernal Demon Sect, firstly, the matter of the Chaos region was exposed, and they were targeted by Taihao Mountain. Secondly, an important stronghold was destroyed by Jindy no-kill, and the loss was not small. There was a top monarch-level powerhouse among them. Moreover, the destruction of that important stronghold was because of the Sword Dao Saint examination of Taihao Mountain, and Chunzong was among them. He became the Sword Dao Saint, which meant that he killed the most ruthlessly. How could the Infernal Demon Sect not be angry? But what could they do? There was nothing they could do, because Chunzong was staying in Taihao Mountain. Taihao Mountain was not comparable to Luofu Mountain and Wanluo Valley. It was impregnable, and it was not easy to break in. The losses were heavy, and the gains were not worth the losses. Chunzong's new cave residence was in Taihao Mountain, and it was called the Unparalleled Sword Palace. In the Unparalleled Sword Palace, Chunzong pulled out the ceremonial sword in his hand. The sword light was golden and bright, and there was an indescribable elegance, but it did not seem vulgar. However, this was a ceremonial sword, not a sword used for battle. It was more of symbolic meaning. Chunzong naturally would not carry the ceremonial sword with him. He would put it in the Unparalleled Sword Palace. In the Unparalleled Sword Palace, there was no one else except for Chunzong. Chunzong had to recruit the people under him. Of course, with Chunzong's identity as the Sword Dao Saint, it was easy for him to recruit a group of people. He did not even need Chunzong to take the initiative to ask for people to come to him. After all, it was impossible for Chunzong to operate the huge, unparalleled sword palace by himself. Moreover, Chunzong did not have the time to manage the chores. He always needed someone to manage it. Otherwise, it would not look good. The first person that Chunzong thought of was Tiger Ji. He was the outer mountain elder Tiger Ji who recommended him to enter Tianguang Peak. Tiger Ji's talent was only average. No matter how hard he cultivated, it was difficult for him to make much progress. Therefore, it was not so easy for him to become an inner mountain elder. Chunzong was still somewhat grateful to Tiger Ji in managing the unparalleled Sword Palace. The status of an outer mountain elder was not something that an outer mountain elder could compare with. The resources that an outer mountain elder could obtain were also not something that an outer mountain elder could compare with. Even the outer mountain elder of the 8th peak was the same. Of course, the premise was that Tiger Ji had to agree. If he did not want to, there was no other way. If Tiger Ji did not want to, Chunzong could also repay him. For example, he could let him become an inner mountain elder of Tianguang Peak. With Chunzong's current status, it was still possible for him to do so. In the end, Elder Tiger Ji agreed without any hesitation. The steward of the Sword Dao Saint, managing the unparalleled Sword Palace was the same as managing a steward. There was nothing to hesitate about. In this way, Tiger Ji entered the unparalleled Sword Palace. After that, Chunzong recruited some disciples to enter the unparalleled Sword Palace to deal with large and small affairs, which were directly under Tiger Ji's charge. Everything gradually returned to silence. Chunzong did not leave, but stayed in the unparalleled Sword Palace to cultivate behind closed doors. As for the no-killing sword technique, Chunzong still had to study and cultivate it until it reached the point where it could no longer be improved. He also had to cultivate everything he had, and then he would challenge to become the number 1 on the Divine King list. Chunzong was quite confident that he could become the number 1 on the Divine King list. To be honest, if he wanted to be the number 1 on the Divine King list, he would definitely be able to get it. After all, he was very powerful now, and killing a 6th realm cultivator was nothing to him. On this day, the 2nd senior elder summoned Chunzong. When he came to the 2nd senior elder, he didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled out his sword and stabbed at the 2nd senior elder, using the assassination technique of the no-killing sword technique. Chunzong was very familiar with this sword technique. He had been studying the no-killing sword technique for a long time, and he had mastered it a long time ago. Now, he was about to upgrade it to the Peak of Sun class, and it was only one step away from his Heart Sword technique and World Sword technique. However, when Chunzong faced the 2nd senior elder's sword, he was horrified. Even though the 2nd senior elder didn't use his cultivation or sword spirit, and it was just a simple strike, Chunzong felt like he couldn't dodge it no matter what he did. Not only couldn't he dodge it, but he also couldn't defend against it. He felt like he would be killed by this sword, and his vitality would be extinguished. This feeling was extremely frightening. Chunzong's godly intent shivered, and he instantly got rid of the feeling of being killed. Then, he unsheathed his sword, and it turned into a sharp sword energy. Like a cold lightning bolt, it pierced forward with shocking murderous spirit. Assassination technique of the no-killing sword technique. Chunzong used the same technique as the 2nd senior elder. At that moment, Chunzong reacted. The 2nd senior elder wanted to test him, and he wanted to test his mastery of the no-killing sword technique. Since this was the case, he would use the no-killing sword technique to fight. Chunzong sure used the assassination style to meet the challenge. The 2nd senior statesman's eyes flashed. This sword had 3 flavors. He had already grasped the essence of the assassination style of the void-killing sword technique. Fight! The 2nd senior elder only used the no-killing sword technique, and Chunzong also used the no-killing sword technique to fight back. The no-killing sword technique had a total of 6 forms. The 2nd senior elder had simplified them over and over again. Although they had been simplified, their power and profundity had increased instead of decreasing. As a result, the 6 forms of the no-killing sword technique were perfect. However, the no-killing sword technique was still the 2nd senior elder's unique sword technique. It was the most suitable sword technique for him, and not for Chunzong. Moreover, Chunzong was far inferior to the 2nd senior elder in terms of cultivation of the no-killing sword technique, so he was defeated in the end. Chapter 2850. Every now and then, the second elder would summon Chinzong. Without saying a word, he would unsheath his sword and display the no-kill swordsmanship to fight with Chinzong, or rather, to compare notes. It couldn't be helped. The second elder, Yin, saw a glimmer of hope. His no-kill swordsmanship was unfathomable. It was not easy to comprehend and cultivate it. To cultivate this swordsmanship, one needed to have a strong enough spirit, essence, chi, and spirit, as well as exceptional mental strength. After all, killing intent came from the heart. If one's mental strength was not strong enough, then the killing intent would not be strong enough. Generally speaking, killing intent would appear because of something, such as a conflict of interest or even hatred. Under normal circumstances, killing intent would not appear because there was no target. It was like getting angry. Who would get angry for no reason? There had to be a reason. However, the no-kill swordsmanship was not like that. There was nothing that could not be killed. Even if there were no enemies, one could stimulate the killing intent in one's heart at any time and place. It felt like creating something out of thin air. Of course, killing intent were a kind of emotional power. Stimulating killing intent was not as unfathomable as creating something out of thin air. However, it was not that easy either. Even if it could be done, it would still be lacking. It would only be on the surface, with form but without spirit. However, the killing intent required by the no-kill swordsmanship must be real killing intent. It had to be both in form and spirit. Not everyone could stimulate the killing intent in one's heart out of thin air without a target or grievance. If one could not do this, then one would not be able to cultivate the no-kill swordsmanship. Because of this, the second elder had not found a suitable successor to pass on his no-kill swordsmanship. Until now, when Chinzong appeared, the second elder saw some hope. However, it was only some hope. After all, there had been people with great talent in swordsmanship in the past who could not truly comprehend the no-kill swordsmanship and display its mystery. The second elder gave the no-kill swordsmanship to Chinzong so that he could read it himself. In fact, he was also trying his luck to see if Chinzong could comprehend it. After a while, he summoned Chinzong and directly used his sword to test the waters. Unexpectedly, not only did Chinzong comprehend it, but he also cultivated it to a very profound level. Of course, he cannot be compared to the second elder, but he was at the top of the 5th level. At this moment, the second elder knew that there was hope for his no-kill swordsmanship to be passed on. And then, the no-kill would not be disappearing with him and then become a legend. And it would be, then it would be passed on, the no-kill swordsmanship. Therefore, the second elder summoned Chinzong every few days. First, he wanted to see Chinzong's progress in the no-kill swordsmanship. Second, he wanted to give him some pointers. After all, the second elder was the no-kill Jindi, the creator of the no-kill swordsmanship. He was the most authoritative figure. Indeed, after sparring with the second elder time and time again, Chinzong's no-kill swordsmanship had indeed improved tremendously. It was completely comparable to his heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship. No, in terms of power, it surpassed both of them. After all, his heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship were self-created. They still needed to be perfected and improved bit by bit. On the other hand, the no-kill swordsmanship was a swordsmanship that went straight from the great path to the origin. Its inheritance was very complete. The boundless swordsmanship and rising dragon swordsmanship that Chinzong obtained in Sword Sharpening Mountain were all at the origin level. Unfortunately, the shadows that Chinzong killed at that time were all in the 4th and 5th realms. They only mastered the Great Path level swordsmanship, and none of them were at the origin level. Therefore, the boundless swordsmanship and rising dragon swordsmanship that Chinzong obtained were only at the Great Path level. Chinzong had also mastered the no-kill swordsmanship. Every move was indeed extraordinary. The application of killing intent and murderous aura was superb, which surprised Chinzong. Chunzong even discovered that it involved space and time. Of course, it did not mean that it contained the way of time and space, but that it affected time and space with the amazing no-kill sword intent. This was a very shocking and unfathomable point. Not only time and space, but even life and death were contained in it. The more Chunzong comprehended and cultivated, the more he felt that the no-kill swordsmanship was unfathomable. He was amazed by the second founding elder's talent. His heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship were not at such a level. But then again, the second founding elder must have spent a lot of time and energy perfecting the no-kill swordsmanship. Perhaps one day, his heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship could also be improved to such a high level. In private, the Saint Sons of the Sword Tao also met and sparred with each other. However, no one was a match for Chunzong. Although they didn't use all of their strength and held back, the other 11 Saint Sons of the Sword Tao had to admit that unparalleled Sword King Chunzong was indeed the most powerful among them. Everything was progressing in a good direction. Chunzong also ordered his subordinates to mobilize the resources and forces of the Taihao Mountain to investigate Yu Nianxin's whereabouts. Once they found something, they would inform him immediately. As for Chunzong himself, he cultivated wholeheartedly and tried his best to improve himself. He cultivated to the extreme. This is the limit, Chunzong thought to himself. Whether it was the no-kill swordsmanship, the heart swordsmanship, or the world swordsmanship, Chunzong improved all of them to the limit. His limit at the 5th level was beyond the level of Sun class techniques, and they could barely be considered as origin sword techniques. However, they were not complete. Why were they not complete? It was because Chunzong was still at the 5th level. The 5th level couldn't transform the great Tao into origin, and without the power of origin, he couldn't truly improve his swordsmanship to the level of divinity. As for the heavenly light sword-drawing technique and chaotic 3 fingers that Chunzong mastered, they were indeed divinity, but they couldn't fully exert their power because they lacked the power of origin. However, Chunzong's strength was very strong, and his cultivation wasn't inferior to the 6th level. Therefore, he was able to exert part of the power of the sword Tao divine spells and spatial divine spells. Right now, Chunzong's swordsmanship was at that level. It was barely at the level of origin swordsmanship. In short, it had surpassed the level of great way swordsmanship. Once Chunzong broke through to the 6th level and grasped origin power, the 3 swordsmanships would immediately become true origin swordsmanship and unleash the power they should possess. In addition, Chunzong had completely mastered the no-kill swordsmanship, and he even mastered one of the Sword Tao divine spells. After coming out of seclusion, Chunzong immediately issued a challenge to the God King list. He started from the 1000th place and directly challenged the 100th place. If it weren't for the restriction of the will of the universe, Chunzong would directly challenge the 1st place. However, there was no other way. The 100th place was a dividing line. If Chunzong wanted to enter the top 100, he had to be ranked 100th first. In this battle, Chunzong only used his swordsmanship and easily defeated his opponent. In the following battles, Chunzong easily defeated his opponents. 100th place, 30th place, 10th place, 3rd place, 2nd place. Why does it feel like a repeat of the Divine Lord list? Someone couldn't help but say. On the God King list, there were also geniuses with innate divine bodies. However, it was a pity that Chunzong had already mastered the 3rd level of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex. Due to various factors, the 3rd level of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex had the power of innate divine bodies. Coupled with Chunzong's attainments in other aspects, it was simply terrifying. This was Chunzong's 6th battle to make it to the God King list. His opponent was the current 1st place on the God King list, All Paths of God. All Paths of God also had innate divine bodies. Their innate divine bodies were top-notch divine bodies that were not inferior to the reincarnation divine bodies and the destruction divine bodies. They were known as the Born Taoism aptitude. This Born Taoism aptitude made it easier for all paths of God to comprehend the mysteries of the Great Path. They could even stack or even merge various great paths. Their application of any great path was better than that of other cultivators, and they could also obtain obvious enhancements. To a certain extent, the Born Taoism aptitude was similar to that of the Gudao clan of Taihao Mountain, but it was many times better. In other words, the physique of the Gudao clan of Taihao Mountain was a low-level version of the Born Taoism aptitude. No one knew how many great paths of God had mastered because it was too easy for all paths of God to comprehend the great path. They were born to be favored by the great path, as if they were the children of the great path itself. If other cultivators were to comprehend the great path, it would be like taking something from someone else's home. It would be very difficult. However, for those with Born Taoism aptitude, comprehending the great path was like taking something from their own home. It was too easy. When facing all paths of God, Chun Zong actually felt threatened. There was almost no one in the 5th level who could make him feel threatened. Even a mighty one who ranked second on the God King list was no match for Chun Zong, and he was easily defeated by Chun Zong. He did not expect all paths of God to be a threat to him. Although the threat was not strong, it showed that all paths of God were indeed very powerful. He hoped that it would give him something to look forward to. Without realizing it, Chun Zong's mentality changed. After all, he was someone who had killed an imperial-level cultivator head-on. His vision and level were no longer limited to the 5th level. He was looking at the higher 6th level. All paths of God did not say anything. Mysterious aura spread around him, as if thousands of great path waves were fluctuating. His entire being seemed to be about to fly into the sky and turn into a god. His aura was extremely shocking. All paths of God made his move. He pointed his finger, and streaks of finger force streaked across the sky like starlight, shooting at Chun Zong. The finger force was extremely fast, as if it could penetrate everything. The aura of the great path of light filled the air. Immediately after, all paths of God blasted out one palm after another. Sometimes it was a violent and blazing palm of the great path of fire. Sometimes it was a vigorous and heavy palm of the great path of earth. And sometimes it was a violent and destructive palm of the great path of thunder. As soon as he attacked, it was an extremely violent attack. The great path of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as the great path of thunder, the great path of ice, the great path of light, and the great path of darkness. Chun Zong could not help but be amazed. How shocking was that? One had to know that he had only mastered 5 great paths. He was only able to master 5 great paths with the help of the Heart Sutra. If he did not have the Heart Sutra, he would have only mastered 2 great paths at most. Chapter 28:51. When the myriad Tao Divine King made his move, it was an absolute art derived from the power of 9 different great Taos. One move after another, all of them smashed towards Chun Zong. It was as if a violent storm was about to destroy Chun Zong. The second on the God King list had once been defeated by all paths of God in this way. Facing such an attack, he could only resist for a while. He couldn't resist many times before he was defeated. Then what about Chun Zong? What about the unparalleled Sword King? Could he resist? How many times could he resist? Almost all the powerhouses on the God King list were here to witness this battle with their own eyes. After all, this was a very shocking battle. Facing the successive attacks of all paths of God, Chun Zong didn't move. He only drew his sword and slashed out. Instantly, all the attacks were destroyed. All paths of God attacked continuously. Their ultimate techniques poured out as if they were free. The colorful ultimate techniques carried with them a terrifying power that could destroy everything. The scene made the other experts on the God King list shudder with fear and shock. If they were in Chun Zong's place, they would have been defeated in a single blow. It was simply too terrifying. That was a bombardment, a dense bombardment. The power of each attack was extremely terrifying and difficult to resist. But what did they see? Chun Zong moved. He only had one sword in his hand. He swung it repeatedly. He didn't use any ultimate techniques. Instead, he used swordsmanship. However, he managed to destroy all paths of God's ultimate techniques that were madly attacking him. That scene was shocking to the eyes. One sword to destroy all techniques, someone couldn't help but exclaim. It was as if he had spoken the thoughts of everyone else. With one sword in hand, he could destroy all techniques. There was nothing he couldn't destroy. The group of God Kings was stunned. All Paths of God was also stunned. How could this be? Chinzong was actually able to destroy their extremely violent attacks with one sword strike after another. It was impossible. After the initial shock, all Paths of God exploded. In an instant, the power of the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth condensed. They constantly collided, and fused together. All Paths of God's expression was extremely solemn. He gritted his teeth as if he was bearing an enormous burden. A terrifying aura spread out, and the surrounding void began to crack. Pitch-black scars appeared one after another. Chinzong was secretly shocked. He felt that the threat that all Paths of God posed to him had increased exponentially in that instant. The 6th realm, the aura unleashed by all Paths of God, had actually surpassed the 5th level and reached the 6th level. Chinzong suddenly looked forward to all Paths of God's explosive attack. Perhaps it would allow him to bring out even more of his strength. It's lonely at the top. Although there were many people in the universe who were stronger than him, Chinzong could indeed be said to be standing at the top of the 5th realm. That feeling of loneliness was still very obvious. Chinzong really hoped that there would be someone who could fight him head-on in the 5th realm. Even if there wasn't, he hoped that there would be someone who could allow him to unleash his true strength. Perhaps all Paths of God could do it. In an instant, following the eruption of the myriad Tao Divine King, the light in his eyes flowed. His wide sleeves fluttered in the wind and made a rustling sound. It was as if he was carrying a terrifying, destructive divine might as he suddenly swung it towards Chinzong. At the same time, the power formed by the fusion of the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth also erupted in an instant. As he waved his sleeves, it turned into a long river that blasted towards Chinzong. 5 elements, annihilation, holy light. This was all Paths of God's ultimate move. It was a divine art, the most powerful divine art. He had once fought against a 6th realm emperor-level powerhouse with this move. Of course, it was useless in other aspects. Only this 5 elements annihilation, holy light, could threaten a 6th realm. Although the innate godly body was very strong, it was still very difficult to cross the gap between the 5th realm and the 6th realm and achieve the magnificent feat of killing a 6th realm, unless the innate godly body was developed to an astonishing level. Since ancient times, there were very, very few people with innate godly bodies who could achieve this. Chinzong was different. Chinzong's godly demon sword mantra had been continuously cultivated from a low level. Therefore, he had truly grasped the potential of the 3rd level of the godly demon sword mantra. The power he could unleash was much stronger than an innate godly body. When Chinzong broke through to the 6th realm, he could unleash even more power from the godly demon sword mantra. This was the difference. The 5 elements annihilation, holy light blasted towards Chinzong with an extremely terrifying power. It was as if it had shattered a vacuum, and this made Chinzong's expression turn serious. It was a very powerful attack. That was a very powerful divine art. Since that was the case, then he should also fight with a divine art. What divine art should he use? A thought flashed through Chinzong's mind. He seemed to know a few divine arts, such as the heavenly light sword-drawing technique, solitary swallow technique, sky slashing fault, and so on, as well as the space divine art, chaotic 3 fingers, and so on. Since that was the case, then he would use the sword Tao divine art from the no-kill sword mantra that he had just learned. What was the name of this move? The name was very simple. It was called the no-kill move. Of course, the no-kill move was the lowest level of the sword Tao divine art in the no-kill sword mantra. There were more powerful ones like the no-kill 2nd move, the no-kill 3rd move, and so on. Each move was stronger than the previous one. Most importantly, the increase in power was very direct. It was pure power. At present, Chinzong had only mastered the no-kill move. In just an instant, A shocking and monstrous killing intent suddenly emerged from the depths of Chun Zong's heart and was activated. This killing intent was not targeted at anyone, but also targeted at someone. There was no killing. There was nothing that could not be killed. That killing intent targeted at everything and completely erupted. For no reason, the consciousnesses of the experts on the God King list trembled. It was as if countless ice needles were swept over by a storm and fiercely hit them without hesitation. Their consciousnesses could not help but feel numb and tremble. It was an indescribable feeling. Killing intent. Killing intent. Killing intent. A terrifying power erupted in an instant. Even the members of all paths of God could not help but tremble. An indescribable horror rose from the bottom of their hearts. Chun Zong made a move with his sword. The sword carried with it a myriad of killing intent and directly slashed out. When the sword was swung out, the pupils of all paths of God shrank to the size of needles. It was an instinct, an instinctive reaction of the body. The terrifying killing intent also attacked at a speed faster than the sword light in an instant. In front of them, there seemed to be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surging, setting off monstrous waves. There seemed to be countless corpses floating on the waves. It was not water, but waves formed by countless corpses. In an instant, all paths of God felt as if they were about to be swallowed up. The killing intent was so fierce that it directly attacked their mind and spirit, shaking them and sinking them. The five elements annihilation divine light was also penetrated and torn apart in an instant. The sword swept through everything in its path and directly cut through the body of all paths of God. The terrifying killing intent raged endlessly in the body of all paths of God, destroying everything, including both body and spirit. I won. When Chun Zong displayed the killing sword, he knew that he had won, unless all paths of God had a stronger move. But obviously, he did not. In the small space created by the will of the universe, external forces could not be borrowed. The only thing that could be used was the power that one had cultivated. The first on the God King list. Chun Zong reached the top once again. The four words, Unparalleled Sword King, were once again at the top of the list. The first on the Divine General list. The first on the Divine Lord list. The first on the Divine King list. The first on all three lists. This was not a common occurrence in the past. Some people with innate divine bodies could be ranked first on the Divine General list, but not necessarily on the Divine Lord list. Some people with innate divine bodies could be ranked first on the Divine Lord list, but not necessarily on the Divine King list. They were all innate divine bodies, and some were even top innate divine bodies. The increase in their strength was astonishing. Sometimes an additional opportunity could lead to further development of the innate divine body's potential, allowing one's strength to increase by leaps and bounds, surpassing one's opponent. When the news spread, there was an uproar. All the sacred grounds and forces were in an uproar. The first on all three lists consecutively. The indisputable first. That was the first place that was won by one's own strength. If I remember correctly, no one has been first on all three lists consecutively for at least 10,000 years. That's right. At most, it's been first on two lists. Innate divine bodies had amazing potential. Although there were not many of them, there were still some. Some people developed the potential of their divine bodies faster, while others developed it slower. Some people developed it faster in the early stages, but slowed down in the later stages. On the contrary, some people developed it slower in the early stages, but faster in the later stages. All in all, not necessarily. This caused the difficulty of being first on all three lists to increase dramatically. Your innate divine body is very strong, but mine is not weak either. As long as there is enough time and opportunity, it can be improved and become stronger. Just like the God-destroying king on the Divine Lord list, she did not get first place on the Divine General list. The Tianguang Peak Lord was grinning from ear to ear. First on all three lists. What honor. Most of the people on Taihao Mountain naturally felt the same way, except for the people of the Lanhai clan of Guilin Peak. The Lanhai clan of Guilin Peak disliked Chun Zong, no matter how they looked at it. The more outstanding Chun Zong's performance was, the more displeased they were. On the contrary, if Chunzong was down and out, they would be happy and even celebrate internally. But now it was as if their parents had died. But there were no ifs. Chunzong was not down and out. On the contrary, he was first on all 3 lists consecutively. His fame spread across the universe, and his momentum was extremely shocking. As for Chunzong, he went into seclusion right after he got first place on the Divine King list. This time, Chunzong was going to break through to the 6th realm during his seclusion. Chunzong found that after he got first place on all 3 lists consecutively, the will of the universe seemed to have intensified more than 10 times. That feeling was so wonderful that it made Chunzong feel as if he was being assisted by God. His thoughts in an instant burst forth with countless sparks of inspiration. It was a pity that he had really reached the limit of the 5th realm. Even if he had the help of God, he could not continue to improve. However, it allowed Chunzong to reflect on what he had learned and sorted out what he had learned. Realms below the 6th realm were actually nothing in the universe. Only those who had reached the 6th realm could be considered as the level of the universe's experts. It could be said that realms below the 6th realm were laying the foundation. It was like laying the foundation for building a house. The stronger the foundation, the higher, bigger, and more stable the house could be built. The 6th realm was the beginning of soaring. Chapter 28:52. Chunzong had comprehended the soar doctrine, the doctrine of the heart, the doctrine of the world, the doctrine of time, and the doctrine of space to the extreme. He was only a fine line away from transforming into the origin. This fine line was the difference between the 5th realm and the 6th realm. The origin, winning the first place on 3 lists consecutively, made Chunzong extremely powerful from the will of the universe. His foundation was sorted out again and again, perfected to the extreme, the true extreme. The ultimate foundation. Everything had reached the peak. It was time to break through. Break through. Chunzong began to break through to the 6th realm. It was not difficult to break through from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm. It was also not difficult to break through from the 4th realm to the 5th realm. However, it was very difficult to break through from the 5th realm to the 6th realm. One had to go through a tribulation. Going through a tribulation was still going through a tribulation. If one could survive it, one would become an emperor. If not, one would die. It was said that the stronger one was, the more powerful the tribulation would be. This was relative. Therefore, there was no saying that the stronger one was, the easier it would be to go through a tribulation. It was even possible that the tribulation would be too powerful and cause one to fail. The consequence of failing to go through a tribulation was often death. Even if one did not die, it would not be a good ending. Chunzong had to be fully prepared because there was only one chance. If he did not succeed, he would fail. He could not bear the consequences of failure. 1 month passed, 2 months passed, half a year passed, and then another year passed. Gradually, Chunzong found an opportunity to break through. It was like a little spiritual opportunity in the unseen world, like a little star that suddenly bloomed in the darkness. As soon as it appeared, it became dazzling and bright. That was the opportunity to break through. Then it was time to break through. Just as Chunzong's essence, energy, and spirit were raised to the extreme, his strength was also raised to the extreme, and his 5 great doctrines were also raised to the extreme. Ready to break through the bottleneck, his divine ocean suddenly shook. A mysterious aura fluctuated as if it was swept by a raging wave. Chunzong was shocked. Heart Sword Seal. The Heart Sword Seal, which had been dormant for so many years, seemed to have awakened. It was shaking violently, which was beyond Chunzong's expectations. Originally, Chunzong thought that the Heart Sword Seal would be completely silent after he entered the universe. After all, the Heart Sword Seal was obtained in the void and belonged to the void. It was definitely different from the universe. However, it was also because the Heart Sword Seal was the opportunity for him to rise. It was the greatest opportunity at the beginning, and it had given him a lot of help. Therefore, Chunzong had always kept it in the deity sea. He had never thought of taking it out. Unexpectedly, Just as he was about to break through to the sixth stage, the heart sword seal actually awakened and started vibrating. That vibration seemed to be trying to send a message to Chunzong. Now, Chunzong was faced with two choices. The first choice was to ignore the vibration of the heart sword seal and focus on breaking through to the sixth stage. This breakthrough could not allow him to be distracted. Even if he had the Heart Sutra, Chunzong could not be distracted because it might cause him to fail to pass the tribulation. The second choice was to suppress the breakthrough and pay attention to the vibration of the heart sword seal and the message it wanted to send. The consequence of doing so was to lose this breakthrough opportunity. If he wanted to break through next time, he would have to find another opportunity. Could he do it at the same time? In theory, it was possible with the Heart Sutra, but in reality, it was too risky because he had to concentrate all his strength to break through to the sixth stage. The Heart Sutra was also a kind of strength. Choose. Either ignore the vibration of the heart sword seal or give up this breakthrough. If he gave up this breakthrough, he could still break through next time. Of course, it might take some time, from a few months to a few years. But then again, wouldn't it be possible to wait until after the breakthrough to receive the message from the heart sword seal? However, Chunzong had a strange feeling. It seemed that if he focused on breaking through and gave up on the heart sword seal, he might not be able to receive any message after the breakthrough. Or he might lose something. That feeling was getting clearer and clearer. There was no time. It was time to make a choice. On the Myriad Origin Island, a starlight suddenly rushed out from the universe mezzanine and fell, directly bombarding the ground. Its power was extremely shocking, as if it was going to break the ground. However, the moment it hit the ground, the starlight immediately dissipated, revealing a figure. That figure immediately rolled up from the ground and turned into an extremely sharp sword light. In an instant, it escaped into the void. When it reappeared, it was already hundreds of thousands of meters away. Not long after, the void gate in the Trade Wind restaurant opened again. A figure stepped into it and disappeared. In the second-class Trade Wind restaurant of the mysterious light universe, the void gate opened and a figure appeared. Then, without any hesitation, it turned into a sword light and left quickly, heading towards the ninth heaven universe. The sword light was extremely fast. In a flash, it disappeared into the universe void. When it reappeared, it was already 600,000 meters away. Its speed was extremely shocking, constantly shuttling back and forth. It was Chunzong. Chunzong rushed to the ninth firmament universe at full speed. His speed was incomparably fast. This was because Chunzong had made a choice to not break through for the time being. Instead, he received the message from the heart sword seal. The message was completely out of Chunzong's expectations. Chunzong immediately used the Myriad Star Descent method to return to the Myriad Origin Island in the shortest time possible. Then, he returned to the ninth heaven universe and returned to the original void. This was a matter of great importance. He had to do so. Of course, Chunzong was now the sword principal holy son of the Taihao Mountain. His status was different. In addition, Chunzong had directly stated that this matter was related to his breakthrough to the sixth realm. Without hesitation, he activated the Myriad Star Descent method and allowed Chunzong to travel as fast as he could. Was it related to his breakthrough to the sixth realm? Yes and no. In short, it was very important. No matter what, he had to return. It would be best if he could return as soon as possible. Previously, when Chunzong returned, it took him 10 years to cross the void between the mysterious light universe and the ninth heaven universe. However, this time, it did not take him 10 years. Chunzong spent less than 3 years to reach the ninth heaven universe. He did not stop at all and directly flew towards the nine heaven imperial court. Chunzong's return was a major event for the nine heaven imperial court. The entire nine heaven imperial court was alarmed. The people of the Tao Alliance were overjoyed. However, this time, Chunzong had no intention of chatting with them. He directly requested to return to the void. Chunzong had also wanted to return to the void the last time he returned. It was the same this time. Although they were curious, since it was Chunzong's request, the nine heaven imperial court did not reject it and immediately agreed to carry it out. Before returning to the void, Chunzong also learned about his master, Xian Dao Master's cultivation situation. Only then did he know that his master had completely adapted to the laws of the universe a few years ago, and had also cultivated a technique of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to an extremely profound level. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds compared to before. Now, he had already left the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to explore the outside world. In terms of age, the Xian Dao Master was not young. He was even older than many of the Fifth Realm cultivators in the Nine Heaven Imperial Court. However, in terms of potential, the Xian Dao Master surpassed many of the original Fifth Realm cultivators in the universe. The Xian Dao Master's talent was already very outstanding. It was just that he was limited by the environment of the void. Now, he was like a dragon that had entered the sea and was about to control the winds and clouds in the four seas. The Xian Dao Master's current strength was one of the best among the Fifth Realm cultivators in the Nine Heaven Imperial Court. Chunzong was very happy for his master. However, since his master was not here and his senior sister, Yu Wuxia, had also gone out to train, Chunzong did not have much reason to stay. Once he returned to the void, Chunzong felt a sense of oppression. It was as if he had entered a cramped little house from an empty place. His head was about to touch the roof, and his arms and legs would touch the walls when he stretched them out. This feeling of restraint and oppression made Chunzong feel uncomfortable all over. However, in reality, Chunzong did not enter the small house. This void was not something a small house could compare to. The reason for this feeling of restraint and oppression was entirely due to his strength. Now, Chunzong's strength was too strong. Although he was only at the Fifth Realm, he had surpassed the Fifth Realm and reached the Sixth Realm. The strongest person in the void was at the Fifth Realm. It was impossible to break through the limit of the Fifth Realm and reach the Sixth Realm. That was the upper limit of the void's strength. Therefore, after surpassing the Fifth Realm, one would not be able to enter the void. It was like a 3-meter-tall giant being unable to enter a small house that was only 1 meter tall. Once he tried to force his way in, it would be a lose-lose situation. Fortunately, Chunzong was still at the Fifth Realm. If he really broke through to the Sixth Realm, then he really would not be able to return to the void, because the level of his strength was too high and had exceeded the upper limit of the void. Restrain. Chunzong tried his best to restrain the fluctuations of his aura. Only then did the feeling of suppression and restraint weaken a little. However, he still felt uncomfortable. It could not be helped. This was unavoidable. Chunzong could only endure the discomfort. He turned into a ray of sword light and flew towards the Heavenly Palace. With Chunzong's current speed, it would be easy for him to reach the Heavenly Palace if he went all out. It would not take much time. However, Chunzong could not do so because the strength of the void was limited. It could not withstand the explosive power of Chunzong. Once he did so, it would cause a large area of space to collapse and shatter. The consequences would be dire. Chunzong had no choice but to suppress his speed. Fortunately, even if he suppressed his speed, Chunzong was still extremely fast. In this void, he was considered to be at the top of the Dominator rank's speed and was incomparable. As such, Chunzong did not waste too much time and returned to the Heavenly Palace. In the Heavenly Palace, only the first senior brother, second senior brother, and fourth senior sister were left. However, they were not in the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, the Heavenly Palace was closed. Chunzong did not return to the Heavenly Palace. Instead, he went straight to the Heavenly Palace to find the strongest expert in the Heavenly Palace. Why did he come to find the Heavenly Palace? Because Chunzong already knew some information about the origin of the Heartsword Seal. Chapter 2853. There was nothing but emptiness. It seemed to be filled with an endless gloomy aura, but it also seemed like there was no aura at all. There was only emptiness. Two figures appeared out of nowhere. One was a young man in a silver-white sword robe. The other was an old man in a white robe. They were Chunzong and the Heavenly Palace's #1 expert, the Dominator. Chunzong found the Dominator and explained his intentions. He also revealed a bit of his aura and the Heartsword Seal. The Will Dominator was stunned as he brought Chunzong to this place. This was a forbidden area of the Will Heavenly Palace. Only the sovereigns of the Will Heavenly Palace had the right to enter. Anyone below the 5th level of Sovereign Realm would be corroded by the formless energy. Even a 4th level cultivator wouldn't be able to avoid it. This is the entrance to the demonic heart realm, the Will Dominator said to Chunzong. Chunzong stared. His extraordinary perception allowed him to clearly sense the aura here. It was very strange. The aura was very restrained, as if it didn't exist. However, it couldn't escape Chunzong's perception. It was extremely dark and filled with chaotic evil. It was as if the slightest trace of it could stir up the darkness and negative emotions in one's heart. Chunzong understood that this was the aura of the demonic heart realm. It was the aura of countless demonic heart realms. Chunzong knew of the demonic heart realm's existence. He also knew that the Will Heavenly Palace's primary responsibility was to guard the demonic heart realm and prevent the demonic heart realm from escaping and wreaking havoc in the void. However, Chunzong had never been here before. This was his first time. In the past, he didn't have the qualifications to be here. The Will Dominator flicked his hands, sending out snow-white sword aura. The sword aura pierced through the air, intertwining with each other and landing in a certain spot. Like the wind and clouds, the void trembled. The fluctuations were wondrous, and the image of a sword appeared. The moment the sword shadow appeared, the heart sword seal in Chunzong's hand began to vibrate at an alarming speed, trying to break free from Chunzong's palm. Chunzong loosened his palm. In an instant, the heart sword seal turned into a stream of light and flew out at an astonishing speed towards the sword shadow. At the same time, the sword shadow became clear and solid. Chunzong noticed that the tip of the sword was broken. At the same time, the heart sword seal was as happy as a child who had found its mother. It revolved around the long sword, and the long sword vibrated and emitted a series of sword hums. It seemed to be communicating with the heart sword seal. Chunzong and the Mind God were both floating off to the side, watching this scene in amazement. The Mind God was especially shocked. Soon after, the heart sword seal spun a few times and suddenly flew down. It appeared at the tip of the broken long sword and directly landed on it. Compatibility. It was a perfect fit. The heart sword seal was the broken tip of the sword. This scene immediately caused the Mind God's expression to change greatly. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. Chunzong was also greatly shocked. Although he had already received information from the heart sword seal, Chunzong was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. It turned out that the heart sword seal that had changed his fate was actually the broken tip of a longsword. How inconceivable! According to Chunzong's knowledge, even the origin weapons used by Emperor-level experts did not have such power and profundity. Chunzong was somewhat unable to see through this. In this part of the void, the upper limit of strength was the 5th level. How could there be a weapon that surpassed the 5th level? However, the reality before his eyes shocked Chunzong. When the heart sword seal, or rather, the tip of the sword, connected with the long sword, a stream of light flashed at the point of connection. When the light was withdrawn, the crack seemed to have disappeared. Immediately after, the long sword spun and wisps of a mysterious aura permeated the air. It was ethereal and without dust. It turned into a stream of sword light and directly shot towards Chunzong. It was too fast. The speed of the sword light was really too fast. It was indescribably fast. It seemed to ignore time and space. It directly sank between Chunzong's eyebrows and into Chunzong's spirit sea. Chunzong did not even have time to react. However, the moment the long sword entered between Chunzong's eyebrows and entered his spirit sea, Chunzong reacted in time. He immediately looked inside his spirit sea. In the vast and boundless spirit sea, there was an additional stream of sword light. The sword light drifted and gradually settled down, revealing the body of the sword. It floated within Chunzong's spirit sea and stopped at the place where the heart sword seal had been. It seemed to be very familiar with the place. Chunzong could not help but look a little surprised. In an instant, his consciousness came into contact with the longsword. The sword trembled, and a stream of information instantly poured out like a flood bursting a dam. It poured into Chunzong's mind. Chunzong's mind was in a trance. He only felt that his consciousness was carried by an invisible but incomparably powerful force. It was as if he had fallen into a dream or chaos. In an instant, a sword light flashed. Chunzong couldn't find any words to describe that sword light. It was inconceivable, peerless, and incomparably stunning. As that sword light slashed through, the chaos was split open, and heaven and earth appeared for the first time. Heaven and earth separated, mountains and rivers gathered, plants and trees grew, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared. A world was born, and then it continued to grow and expand. It directly evolved into a vast and boundless world. It was like the primordial era. Giant beasts with bodies of more than 10,000 meters ran rampant, trampling on the earth. Birds with wingspans of more than 10,000 meters flew across the sky. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Chunzong had never seen such a world. It was so ancient. A kind of primordial aura spread. It was like the most primitive world. Even in the universe, Chunzong had never seen such a world. Of course, his cultivation was still limited. His vision was also limited. Perhaps he had not discovered it yet. But in any case, Chunzong was very shocked. Chunzong watched the evolution of this primordial world as if he was a bystander. He did not know when, but a huge crack was torn open in the sky. A figure filled with hazy light stepped into this world. Thousands of rays of light burst out from his body and spread out in all directions. It shrouded this indescribably huge primordial world. The world, as if being refined, gradually shrank. In the end, it shrank into a ball of light, floating in front of the figure. The mysterious figure just pointed a finger. In an instant, the ball of light immediately changed. It was like a ripple of water, so natural and gentle. It was as if it was a part of nature. It turned into a sword light. When the light was completely restrained, a long sword was revealed. It was exactly the same as the long sword that entered Chunzong's body. From now on, you'll be called the Heavenly Will Sword, the mysterious figure said. The sword trembled, and 4 ancient and extremely sharp characters appeared on the surface of the sword, fusing with the sword as one. The scene changed, and Chunzong saw a shocking battle. That mysterious figure wielded the sword and slashed down one terrifying figure after another. The aura emanating from those figures was enough to suppress the sun, moon, and stars. Chunzong was incomparably shocked, as if he was a fiend god. Kill, 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 kill. Endless and endless killing. Once slashed by the Heavenly Will Sword, any tyrannical figure would be defeated. It would vanish into thin air, and its soul would be scattered. With the sword in hand, the mysterious figure was invincible. No terrifying figure could resist it. Chunzong was incomparably shocked and intoxicated as he watched. What a brilliant swordsmanship! Every sword move explained the mysteries of the way of the sword to the extreme, giving Chunzong a feeling that it was as if all the mysteries of the sword arts in the universe had been gathered. Every sword move was created according to the will of the heart, changing according to the will of the heart, and explaining all the mysteries. Whether it was life and death, whether it was time and space, whether it was destruction or creation, nothing could escape from this sword. Chunzong found that his heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship were simply crude compared to the swordsmanship displayed in front of him. Even the second senior statesman's Wu-kill swordsmanship paled in comparison. It was so childish that it was like a child who had just learned to walk and would fall at any time compared to a well-trained elite man. How could there be such a swordsmanship? Chunzong couldn't believe it. However, the swordsmanship was displayed in front of him. Every stroke looked so simple. It was as simple as stabbing, chopping, hacking, etc. However, it was so profound that Chunzong couldn't comprehend it no matter how hard he tried. Even though he couldn't comprehend it, Chunzong didn't care. Instead, he stared at every stroke of the mysterious figure and tried his best to memorize it. Battle after battle, the battlefield was constantly changing. In the end, the mysterious figure encountered a powerful enemy. It was an extremely powerful and terrifying enemy. That battle caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack, the space to shatter, the time to reverse, the sun, the moon, and the stars to shatter and turn into powder. The cycle of life and death was reversed. At the end of that battle, the mysterious figure was shattered, the terrifying enemy was killed, and the tip of the sword was broken. The mysterious figure condensed again, but it was much fainter. However, gradually, as if it had understood something, it continued to condense until it reached the extreme and was sublimating. I'm about to leave. I can't take you with me. The mysterious figure looked at the heavenly sword and said softly. As if it understood, the heavenly sword actually trembled, as if it was responding to him. Your true Lord is in this world. Go. When the time is right, you will meet again. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the sword streaked across the sky, disappearing in an instant. Chunzong saw the sword light disappear, and he didn't see the mysterious figure again. After that, the sword fell into the hands of generations of people. Sometimes it was a pearl covered in dust, and sometimes it shone brightly. In the end, the sword fell into the hands of the founder of the Heavenly Palace. Based on the name of the sword, the founder also named the sect he founded the Heavenly Palace. However, this was the heavenly sword with its tip broken. As for the tip of the sword, it was lost in other worlds. After a while, it finally fell into the hands of Chunzong, allowing Chunzong to be reborn and embark on the path of cultivation. Scenes after scenes, it felt like millions of years. Chunzong also knew some of the origins of the sword. Chapter 2854. Monthly votes? My ranking is too low. What's there to look at? As the heavenly sword entered the deity's sea, Chunzong's consciousness seemed to have been brought into an incomparably ancient world. It wasn't the void of the present, nor was it the current universe. It was an incomparably huge world from the very beginning. However, as one terrifying battle after another took place, the incomparably huge world was slowly damaged. In the end, a world-shaking battle broke out, and the world was shattered. In the end, it gradually evolved into the universe and the void. Chunzong seemed to have witnessed the birth of the Heavenly Palace with his own eyes. That initial evolution of the world, the mysteries of the creation of heaven and earth, the mysteries of the shattering of heaven and earth, and the mysteries of ancient swordsmanship, all merged into Chunzong's mind. Even though it was unfathomable to Chunzong now, as long as he memorized it and slowly comprehended it, he would be able to grasp its mysteries bit by bit and turn them into his own. While Chunzong was immersed in shock, a hole seemed to have been broken in the place where the heavenly sword had been suppressing. Wisps of black chi constantly emerged. That chi was chaotic and evil to the extreme, full of ominous feeling. Not good. The mind god was originally attracted by the sword light. His gaze was fixed on Chunzong, extremely nervous. But when he sensed the evil and chaotic chi emanating from it, his expression changed drastically. The heavenly sword had been suppressing the entrance to the demonic heart realm. Now that the heavenly sword had entered Chunzong's body, the entrance to the demonic heart realm had lost its suppression. The demonic heart realm's inner demons would riot and rush out. Thinking of this, the mind god's expression turned unsightly. The demonic heart realm. Who knew how many the demonic heart realms had accumulated over countless years? Once these demonic heart realms broke free and appeared in the outside world, what kind of disaster would it cause? The mind god didn't dare to imagine, because he had a deep understanding of the power of demonic heart realms. Just thinking of the scene and consequences of such a thing made his hair stand on end. He couldn't help but tremble all over. No matter what, the heart demons from the heart demon realm must not be allowed to come out and wreak havoc in the void. Otherwise, the void would be doomed. As the #1 expert of the Heavenly Palace of Will, he was the inheritor of the Founder's will. It was his duty to guard the heart devil realm. Even if he had to pay with his life, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. Erupt. In an instant, The snow-white sword chi with a sacred aura slashed out and slashed at the entrance of the mental demon realm, which was also the exit. It directly shattered the chaotic evil aura that was spreading out. At the same time, a mental demon that was about to come out was also slashed by the sword chi and instantly dissipated. It was difficult to kill a heart demon, or rather, it could be said that it was almost impossible to kill. Even the mind god, who had studied heart demons for many years, was unable to kill them. Although he was unable to kill them, he could shatter them, causing them to disperse for a certain period of time. It would take a long time for them to recover. Of course, if it was in the demonic heart realm, the demonic heart would recover quickly. Erupt. The snow-white sword chi with sacred power continuously blasted out, bombarding the entrance of the demonic heart realm time and time again, shattering the demonic heart that was emerging. Inside the demonic heart realm was a world of darkness. There was no sun, moon, stars, grass, trees, or rivers. There was only an endless barren land. Countless dark figures were wandering around, attacking and devouring each other. Every time they devoured, the aura of the dark figure that had successfully devoured another dark figure would increase significantly. Not long after, a dark figure discovered a small hole. The hole emitted a mysterious aura, as if it led to somewhere. Immediately, many dark figures seemed to be very excited and rushed into the small hole. However, the powerful dark figures were unable to enter, as if they were under some kind of restriction. However, as the weak dark figures rushed into the hole one after another, the hole gradually expanded. Perhaps when it expanded to a certain extent, the powerful dark figures would be able to enter. When Chunzong came to his senses, he saw the mind god continuously waving his sword, slashing out streaks of snow-white sword chi. The sword chi contained a trace of sacred power. It swept out like a storm, shattering the dark figures that constantly appeared from the hole. Demonic heart. As soon as he saw those dark figures, Chunzong knew what they were. They were demonic heart. However, Chunzong thought of his own demonic heart. Those dark figures seemed to be somewhat different from his own demonic heart. However, Chunzong could not pinpoint exactly what was different about them. However, Chunzong knew one thing. The mind god sword was originally guarding the demonic heart realm, preventing the demonic heart from appearing and causing chaos in the void. However, now that the mind god sword had lost its suppression, the demonic heart began to riot, wanting to rush out of the demonic heart realm. As the demonic heart continued to appear, the hole continued to expand. It had originally been the size of a fist, but now it had expanded to the size of a head, and it was still expanding. Chunzong did not make a move, because the mind god was enough to deal with it. The demonic heart seemed to be endless. No matter how the mind god tried to kill them, it seemed like there was no end to them. The hole grew bigger, reaching 0.5 meter in size. Chunzong's sharp senses noticed that as the hole grew bigger, the inner demon that appeared grew stronger. The sword chi of the mind dominator could no longer shatter it in an instant. When the hole expanded to 1 meter in size, the demonic heart that appeared grew even stronger. One of the demonic heart even stared at the mind god sword chi and charged directly at Chunzong. That chaotic and evil aura instantly assaulted him. It was extremely evil, and it wanted to take over Chunzong's body. Chunzong did not retaliate. He allowed the demonic heart to rush into his head. Could Chunzong not retaliate? That was not the case. It was just that Chunzong wanted to give a try. The demonic heart barged into Chunzong's spirit sea and was stunned. Then it laughed maniacally. Kikik, what an amazing spirit. It's all mine. However, Chunzong revealed a disdainful smile. Soon after, he activated the black seal. A pair of fiend-like eyes opened and stared at the demonic heart. The demonic heart that had been laughing maniacally and excitedly, thinking that it was about to reach the peak of its demonic life, trembled involuntarily. It was so frightened that it was like a little quail shivering in the wind and rain. It was extremely terrifying. What was that thing? How could it be so terrifying? It actually made it feel like it was in danger, a fatal danger. In the next moment, an indescribable power attacked and swallowed the demonic heart. Shinzong also received a tiny bit of feedback. However, the power was too weak. It was so weak that it was like a drop of water falling into the sea. There was no trace of it. Shinzong smiled. Success. Shinzong did this because he wanted to see if the black mark could swallow the demonic heart. Of course, even if it could not, Shinzong was confident that he could deal with the demonic heart. It should be known that he had fought with his demonic heart many times and was very experienced. In addition, with such a powerful spirit, will, and essence, chi, and spirit, it was only equivalent to an ordinary fourth realm demonic heart. It really could not do anything to him. Moreover, the heavenly will sword was now in his spirit sea. This sword had suppressed the demonic heart realm for countless years. It was indescribably intimidating to the demonic heart. However, since the black mark could swallow the demonic heart, just like it swallowed the spirit, that was very good. Shinzong suddenly had a plan, a very crazy plan. As soon as this idea popped up, it was like wild grass growing uncontrollably. At this time, the hole had expanded to a meter in size. The demonic heart that appeared was even stronger. Although it was still at the fourth realm, it was already at the peak of the fourth realm. The sword chi of the Mind Dominator could no longer directly shatter it. Leave it to me, Palace Lord. As soon as Shinzong's voice fell, he transformed into a beam of sword light and exploded with extreme speed. In an instant, he rushed into the sword chi of the Mind Dominator. Although the sword chi was strong, it could not affect Shinzong at all. It sounded unbelievable, but that was the truth. The Mind Dominator's strength was not weak. In the universe, he was at the peak of the fifth realm. However, with such strength, even if Shinzong did not guard against him and let him attack as he pleased, his tyrannical sword body was enough to withstand it. In just an instant, so fast that the Mind Dominator could not react in time, Shinzong had already rushed into the storm of sword chi and into the hole. It was too late. The Mind Dominator could not react in time and could only watch as Shinzong rushed into the hole. On the other side of the hole was the demonic heart realm. That was an evil world that cultivators could not set foot in. Immediately, the Mind Dominator realized that after Shinzong rushed into the hole, the black aura no longer seeped out of the hole. It was as if the hole had been blocked, and no demonic heart dominator rushed out. Shinzong appeared in the demonic heart realm. This dark world was filled with endless chaos and evil aura, making Shinzong feel out of place. If it were any other cultivator who stayed in such a place, they would probably be attacked in no time. Even a sixth realm elite would not be able to survive. However, Shinzong would not. The sword body of the god and demon could absorb all auras, regardless of whether they were evil or chaotic. Shinzong also activated the black mark and continuously swallowed up the demonic heart dominator that came flying from all directions. These demonic heart dominators were very weak, and the strong ones were very strong. However, no matter what kind of demonic heart dominator they were, they could not escape being swallowed up by the black mark. However, the demonic heart dominators did not seem to know fear, and they kept flying over from all directions. Actually, it was not that they were not afraid, but because Shinzong was too attractive to them. Demonic heart dominators were best at taking over other people's bodies. They also had consciousness and intelligence. Of course, they would not be willing to stay in such a dark world day after day, year after year. That would be such a despairing thing. If there was even the slightest chance that they could leave this place, they would be willing to pay any price. Now that Shinzong had appeared and entered the demonic heart realm, that was an opportunity, a great opportunity. They came one after another like a swarm of locusts, crazily rushing over. Shinzong did not seem to be on guard, and he allowed these demonic heart dominators to continuously rush into his deity ocean. When they accumulated to a certain extent, Shinzong activated the black mark to devour them. Chapter 2855. The demonic heart realm was extremely dark, evil, and chaotic. However, it was also shockingly vast. Although it was not as vast as the entire void, it was still far superior to the original realm. Somewhere in the demonic heart realm, a huge black shadow stood horizontally. This black shadow was at least 10 meters tall and exuded an extremely shocking and overbearing aura. The aura of a human. That's right, it's the aura of a human. This 10-meter-tall black shadow suddenly let out an extremely excited roar. It rolled up from the ground and turned into a black light. Its speed was astonishing as it immediately swept across the sky. Not only that, but in other places, 10-meter-tall black shadows also sensed it and immediately exploded. In the entire demonic heart realm, the 99 10-meter-tall black shadows that were scattered everywhere all sensed the aura. Although it was weak, it was very clear. The aura of a human, the aura of a cultivator. It was a good opportunity for them to leave this place. One had to know that they were already standing at the peak of the demonic heart realm. There was no way for them to improve, so they were even more eager to leave this place. Now the opportunity had finally arrived. Demonic Heart King. They were the demonic heart kings of the demonic heart realm. There were a total of 99 of them, and they were equivalent to Dominator Realm experts. One had to know that there were not many Dominator Realm experts in the void. Previously, there were only a dozen. Now, there were more, perhaps 20 or 30. It was completely incomparable to 99. Feeling the powerful aura approaching, Chunzong suddenly revealed a smile. Immediately, he released the restraints on the black mark. Once the restraints were released, it was like a ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage. It released a monstrous king's aura. In the sky behind Chunzong, in the void, an invisible figure seemed to faintly appear. Immediately, a pair of eyes opened in the void. It was a pair of black and white eyes that were extremely distinct. It was as if an evil demon had been born from the gods. It was the god of gods, the demon of demons. It was extremely terrifying. Devour. The moment this pair of godlike eyes opened, the black mark that was released from its restraints exploded with an incomparably terrifying devouring power. At the start, the devouring range was 10,000 meters with the god Eye as the center. In the next moment, it expanded to 100,000 meters, 1 million meters, 10 million meters. It was too fast. The devouring power was expanding too fast. Instead, the inner demons within the range of the devouring power, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, were unable to escape. They were forcibly pulled toward the god's eye. Under the god's eye, there seemed to be an invisible mouth that devoured the black shadows of the inner demons, causing them to disappear without a trace. As soon as a heart demon king entered the devouring range, it was immediately forcefully pulled away. No matter how much it resisted, it was useless. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. After all, the black mark could even devour the souls of 6th-level emperors. A mere 5th-level mental demon king was nothing to it. Moreover, the more it devoured, the stronger the black mark became, and the more powerful its devouring power became. Run! When they saw the 10th Heart Demon King being forcefully devoured, the other Heart Demon Kings were extremely frightened. They turned around and fled without hesitation. The speed they erupted with was twice as fast as when they came. It was faster, but also more panicked. However, they couldn't escape. As the black mark continued to devour, its devouring range also continued to expand, and its devouring power also continued to increase. Gradually, Chenzong saw a faint figure appear in the void. It was a figure about 10 meters tall. The figure was very faint, and only the black and white of its eyes were extremely clear. The figure continued to devour the inner demons and became clearer. Little by little, Chunzong could feel its power increasing. Unknowingly, the devouring power had expanded to occupy half of the heart demon realm. The inner demons within couldn't escape and were all devoured. However, there were still some heart demon kings who were extremely fast and rushed out of the devouring range. There were also some inner demons who were far away and didn't rush over. They were temporarily spared, but only temporarily. Spread. The devouring power continued to spread, and the inner demons were extremely terrified. In the past, they wouldn't have such a feeling. Only cultivators would feel fear towards them. It wasn't like now, where it was the other way around. Devour, devour, devour. It devoured crazily endlessly and devoured everything. Finally, the devouring power filled the entire heart demon realm. It was simply unbelievable. Chunzong was also extremely shocked. The illusory figure had become extremely solid. It had a feeling that it was about to solidify. The aura that it emitted was extremely terrifying. Cracks kept appearing around it, as though it was about to shatter the demonic heart world. The divine might was vast, and the demonic might was endless. The spatial cracks spread wildly like lightning. If this continued, the space of the heart demon realm might really shatter. When that happened, it would be very serious. "Come back," Chunzong shouted in a low voice. He immediately wanted to take back the 10-meter-tall figure formed by the black mark, but he felt a kind of resistance. It was as if it didn't want to be restricted by Chunzong after breaking free from Chunzong's restraint. Chunzong's expression changed involuntarily. He immediately burst out his own power to take back the figure. Resist. Under the resistance, the spatial cracks that appeared around them became more and more concentrated. When they were activated, they shattered, forming spatial cracks. A terrifying aura also spread out. Out of control. The black mark was about to go out of control. After devouring so many inner demons, its power had increased by many times. It actually went out of control. Chunzong's forehead exuded traces of cold sweat. No matter what, he had to take it back. Suddenly, the silent heavenly will sword in the spirit sea trembled slightly. A shocking sword power, accompanied by a seemingly subtle and indescribable power, was suddenly added to Chunzong's body. It immediately pulled the resisting divine demon figure directly into Chunzong's spirit sea. As soon as the divine demon figure was pulled into the spirit sea, it turned back into the original black mark like a caged tiger. Then, an extremely powerful power rushed out of the black mark. Chunzong was very familiar with this power. It was the pure non-attribute power that was fed back by the black mark after devouring. It was a superb power that could enhance one's essence, chi, and spirit. However, the power that was fed back at this time was too powerful and majestic. It was like the endless flow of the sea, constantly pouring into Chunzong's essence, chi, and spirit, causing Chunzong's essence, chi, and spirit to grow at an astonishing speed. It was unimaginable. Chunzong simply could not imagine the power that was emerging at this moment. It was too amazing. After all, this was the power that came from devouring the entire inner demon realm. Although the most powerful inner demon was only at the 5th realm, the accumulation of many little drops made an ocean. In the end, the quantitative change led to a qualitative change. How many inner demons were born in the inner demon realm over countless years? There were too many to count. It was impossible to calculate the exact number. It could only be said that it was a sea of them. Now, all of them have been devoured by the black mark. What kind of power was that? It was unimaginably majestic. It directly increased the power of the black mark by countless times. Similarly, the power fed back to Chunzong was also extremely powerful and majestic. It poured into Chunzong's essence, chi, and spirit, causing Chunzong to clearly feel that his essence, chi, and spirit were improving at an astonishing speed. The top Emperor level continued to break through to the half-step Emperor level, but it did not stop. Instead, it continued to break through, constantly improving and constantly approaching the Emperor level. The gap between the Emperor level and the Emperor level was huge, no matter in which aspect. However, at this moment, Chunzong saw hope. He saw hope that his essence, chi, and spirit could break through the 6th realm and directly break through to the 7th realm. If his essence, chi, and spirit could break through to the 7th realm, it would definitely be of great help to him. His essence, chi, and spirit continued to improve and strengthen, becoming more and more tyrannical. That power shocked Chunzong. Accumulation. His essence, chi, and spirit continued to accumulate. Finally, it accumulated to the extreme, and then it exploded, breaking through the shackles between the Emperor level and the Emperor level. That shackle was like a natural barrier, incomparably solid. However, under the tyrannical waves of essence, chi, and spirit, it was hit again and again, constantly shaken. Cracks began to appear, and the cracks quickly spread. Break, shatter. His essence, chi, and spirit broke through the shackles, as if they had broken into a new world. In an instant, an indescribable feeling was born. Clarity. Everything in all directions became incomparably clear. Chunzong felt that once this power was released, it would directly destroy everything in the surroundings. As soon as this thought arose, Chunzong immediately came to his senses. This was the mental demon realm. Because of the confrontation with the black mark just now, countless spatial cracks had appeared. They shattered and spread continuously. If this continued, it would cause a large-scale collapse. Once there was a large-scale collapse, the result was very likely to affect the entire mental demon realm. In an instant, Chunzong used the Tao of space. A trace of invisible fluctuation spread out in an instant. The shattered space also seemed to be smoothed and gradually calmed down. Chunzong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because the mental demon had been completely devoured by the black mark, the chaotic and evil aura in the mental demon realm had been weakened by more than 100 times. The dusky world actually seemed to have a trace of clarity. Immediately, Chunzong's figure flashed, turning into a ray of sword light, and rushed into the hole, leaving the mental demon realm. Outside, the Mind Sovereign was still waiting. Seeing Chunzong come out, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, he became vigilant again. What if Chunzong had been invaded by the mental demon? If someone as strong as Chunzong was invaded by the mental demon, it would be absolutely terrifying. Palace Lord, it's settled. Chunzong smiled at the Mind Sovereign. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like he had been invaded by the mental demon. Based on the Mind Sovereign's many years of experience in studying mental demons, he could tell. Then, Chunzong took action, sealing the entrance to the mental demon realm. This seal was set up by the third layer of the sword cannon of the god and demon, in addition to the power of 5 great Tao. It was extremely powerful, enough to suppress the entrance. Even if another mental demon king was born in the mental demon realm, he wouldn't be able to rush out. Chapter 2856. Chunzong had benefited greatly from his return to the void. He felt that he had made the right decision this time. If he had chosen to break through to the 6th realm first, Chunzong would not have been able to return to the void even if he knew about the Heartsword seal. The 6th realm was completely beyond the level of the void. Even if Chunzong restrained his power and aura, the void would still not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, he had temporarily given up on breaking through and focused on the Heartsword seal. Only then did he return to the void and obtain the Heavenly Will Sword. Chunzong could not tell what level the Heavenly Will Sword was, but it was definitely not something a Tao weapon could compare to. Even the origin weapon used by an Emperor-level expert could not be compared to it. The second benefit was that the black mark had devoured all the inner demons in the mental demon realm. Its power had increased to an extremely shocking level. At the same time, it gave him a pure and vigorous power, causing his essence, chi, and spirit to break through the limit and rise from the 6th realm to the 7th realm. The importance of essence, chi, and spirit was self-evident. Chunzong was very clear about it. The void could no longer accommodate Chunzong. Carrying the Heavenly Will Sword, Chunzong quickly left the void. He did not know when he would be able to return next time. At least, it would be difficult for him to do so now. After all, his power was too strong. It was completely at the 6th realm. The void could not withstand it at all. Once he returned to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, Chunzong immediately sensed the difference in the universe. It was as if layers had been stripped away, and everything became incredibly clear. The mysteries of the great Tao appeared in his perception one after another, as if they were defenseless. This was the benefit of having a strong essence, chi, and spirit. Chunzong could even feel the deeper and higher level of power of the Great Path. That was the origin. Breakthrough. Chunzong could feel that he could break through at any time. Moreover, he had reached the point where he had no choice but to break through. It seems that I can't return to Taihao Mountain to break through again, Chunzong thought to himself. Based on the current situation, it might not take him as long as 60 to 70 years to return to Taihao Mountain, but it would take him at least 20 to 30 years. However, right now, Chunzong could feel that the power in his body was constantly surging. It was about to explode and break through the shackles of the 5th level and ascend to a higher level. It was possible to suppress it, but Chunzong was not confident that he could suppress it for 20 or 30 years. It would be good enough if he could suppress it for 2 or 3 years. On the other hand, since the opportunity for a breakthrough had arrived, and it was a breakthrough that was difficult to suppress, then it was better to let nature take its course. Once he successfully broke through to the 6th level, his strength would explosively increase. Only then would he be considered to have stepped into the level of the universe's strongest. Only then would he have the qualifications to face more dangers and challenges, and would be able to better protect himself and everything he wanted to protect. Strength. Of course, Chunzong would not break through so hastily. He needed to make some preparations first. On the Heaven continent, Chunzong found an abandoned, desolate island. The universe origin chi on this island was thin, and there were few traces of humans. Even birds and beasts were extinct. There were only sparse trees. Chunzong began to set up. He took out a large amount of Cosmos God crystals and laid them down. There was a huge amount of Cosmos God crystals. After all, Chunzong had killed many strong enemies and obtained many spoils of war. Among them, there were Cosmos God crystals, which amounted to several tens of millions. Now, for the sake of breaking through, Chunzong took out several tens of millions of Cosmos God crystals. Compared to a successful breakthrough, several tens of millions of Cosmos God crystals were nothing. After making all the preparations, Chunzong began to break through to the 6th level. He directly released his strength. His sword intent soared into the sky, and the wind and clouds were vast and mighty. Hong long long, the oppressive sound of thunder suddenly resounded. Endless dark clouds also condensed from all directions in an instant. A large area, extending for several hundred kilometers, continued to expand until it reached a range of 999 kilometers. 999 kilometers was the limit of the dark clouds. However, the layer of dark clouds continued to thicken and accumulate. It became more condensed, more settled, and more solid. It was so heavy that it seemed like it was going to press down. It was as if the sky was collapsing. That kind of power was extremely shocking and terrifying. Chunzong suddenly felt that it was difficult to breathe. It was incomparably suppressed. This kind of suppression was directed at his body. It was so suppressed that it seemed like it was going to suppress him. Chunzong had a solemn expression. He stared at the layer of dark clouds that was so heavy that it seemed like the sky was going to collapse. He was inwardly shocked. Even though he had not started his tribulation, just this kind of power was extremely shocking. Chunzong did not know what the situation was like when others broke through. Streaks of blood-red lightning appeared in the thick layer of dark clouds. They rolled endlessly like blood dragons. The aura they emitted was full of destruction. It was extremely terrifying. The tribulation of the 6th level was not fixed. It was closely related to the great path that one comprehended. The more great paths one comprehended, the more powerful the tribulation would be. On the other hand, the less great paths one comprehended, the fewer and weaker the tribulation would be. However, even the weakest calamity was extremely terrifying. It could easily kill a level 5 cultivator and turn them into dust. Even Chunzong also had a feeling of fear and trepidation. Brewing, the dark clouds became heavier and heavier. The blood-red lightning within them became more and more intense. The destructive aura became more and more intense and terrifying. The terrifying aura also spread continuously from this deserted island. The oppressive feeling that could destroy everything instantly caused the other cultivators on Heaven Continent to panic. It was low and oppressive, making them suffocate. That kind of feeling was as if a disaster was about to befall them. It was ominous. What's happening? What's that? Many fourth-level cultivators saw the thick layer of dark clouds above the deserted island. They also saw the blood-red lightning dragons wreaking havoc in the dark clouds. The aura they emitted made them feel extremely oppressed. They did not dare to go near it. In fact, they even had to go far away. Only then would the feeling of being destroyed weaken. Even fifth-level cultivators did not dare to go near such an aura. This was because the moment they went near, they would immediately feel that the disaster was much stronger. They could only go far away. The further they went, the less pressure they felt. Accumulation. The terrifying aura continued to accumulate and become more and more powerful. It was so powerful that Chun Zong's expression became more and more serious. The black clouds began to rotate. At the beginning, the rotation was slow. Gradually, the 999 miles of black clouds turned into an enormous vortex. As it rotated, countless bolts of blood-red lightning flew out from all directions and gathered in the center of the vortex. It was as if a gigantic blood-red eye had condensed and was staring directly at Chun Zong. It was as if it wanted to crush Chun Zong. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning. The terrifying aura also increased to the maximum in an instant. A blood-red lightning bolt as thick as an arm shot out from the eye of the vortex. It was as sharp as a spear, piercing through the sky and tearing it apart. Its speed was extremely shocking. In an instant, it streaked across the sky and blasted towards Chun Zong. There was no way to avoid this disaster. He could only face it head-on. Chun Zong drew his sword. Frost's sword filled the air, and a chilling aura invaded in an instant. It turned into an extremely dazzling sword light and slashed towards a lightning bolt. The sword light and the lightning bolt collided in an instant. In an instant, the blood-red lightning bolt was shattered by the sword light. The sword light carried an extremely shocking sword power and slashed towards the blood-red eye of the vortex in the sky. It cut directly into it, as if it was going to shatter it. However, when the sword light slashed into it, not only did it not shatter it, but also seemed to be enraged. The terrifying aura became more and more intense. Endless blood-red lightning bolts burst out from it. Then, a blood-red lightning bolt as thick as a thigh struck down with endless anger. The first lightning bolt, which was as thick as an arm, was extremely powerful. It was enough to kill a top 5th realm cultivator. However, it could not do anything to Chun Zong. The second lightning bolt's power was increased by 10 times. Even a demi-emperor cultivator would find it difficult to withstand it. He would be injured or even killed in one blow. However, Chun Zong still slashed out with his sword. The powerful sword light broke through the sky and shattered the lightning bolt. The sword light once again slashed into the blood-red eye of the vortex with irresistible force. From afar, one could see a blazing and cold sword light that was extremely dazzling. It cut through the void and slashed into the sky. Hiss! Everyone who was watching from afar could not help but gasp. Did they already know what that was? That was a tribulation. It should be the tribulation of path for breaking through to the 6th realm. However, they were all guessing. Who could it be? There were some 5th realm cultivators in Heaven Continent. Among them, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court had the most. However, other than the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, there were also some top 5th realm cultivators who were qualified to break through to the 6th realm. So who could it be? They did not know enough about the tribulation of path. They did not know how terrifying this tribulation of path was. Ordinary top 5th realm cultivators would not be able to survive it. Anger. Chun Zong seemed to feel anger from the blood-red eye of the vortex. It exploded instantly. Then a blood-red lightning bolt as thick as a waist struck down in an instant. The power of this blood-red lightning bolt had completely surpassed the level of the 5th realm. It had reached the level of the 6th realm. Even an ordinary 6th realm cultivator would find it difficult to completely withstand it. Faced with this even more powerful blood-red lightning bolt, Chun Zong's expression became more and more serious. However, he still went on a rampage. He slashed out with his sword. An even more powerful sword light tore through the void and instantly collided with the blood-red lightning bolt. After a slight pause, both of them shattered. A huge spatial crack appeared and instantly shattered. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura that could devour and destroy everything. After that, no more lightning bolts struck down. However, Chunzong did not let his guard down. On the contrary, his expression became more and more serious. This was because he felt that the aura of the blood-red eye of the vortex was becoming more and more terrifying. It seemed to be brewing something. Chunzong had a feeling that this tribulation had only just begun. The 3 lightning bolts just now were like an appetizer. However, such a powerful appetizer was not something that anyone could digest. If one's strength was slightly weaker, they would have been directly blasted into smithereens. Especially the power of the 3rd lightning bolt. It was extremely terrifying. It was completely at the level of the 6th realm. Most 5th realm cultivators would not be able to withstand it at all. However, Chunzong did not know that the power of this tribulation was closely related to the cultivator. Chapter 28:57. As the thunderbolts raged, they bombarded the void. Sword light condensed, one after another, beside the blood-red vortex eye. There were a total of 33 sword lights, and every blood-red sword light was filled with a monstrous sword might. It was extremely terrifying. The sword light transformed from 33 blood-red thunderbolts carried astonishing sword power. The terrifying chi directly locked onto Chunzong. Chunzong also found that all his power had been confined. Only the power of the sword principle could be used. Tao Tribulation. This was the real Tao Tribulation. Because he had mastered the sword principle, now it was a tribulation targeted at his own sword principle. In an instant, 33 blood-red sword lights suddenly shot down. With Chunzong as the target, they bombarded him without hesitation. In an instant, Chunzong felt that the 33 blood-red sword lights were like 33 peerless swordsmen attacking him from different directions. The sword power was amazing. In the case where he could not use any other power, it was extremely terrifying. With the Frostfall sword in his hand, Chunzong activated the power of the sword principle. In an instant, he waved the sword and blocked the continuous attacks of the 33 blood-red sword lights from all directions. Once, twice, and thrice. Under the divine power of the universe, Chunzong only felt that even his heart sutra was affected. It was difficult to operate it to help him. What should he do? He had no choice but to resist with his sword principle. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. When he broke through before, the will of the universe had brought him great help. The divine power of the universe had also brought him great benefits. But now it was the opposite. The divine power of the universe was no longer helping him, but suppressing his power and weakening his strength. He had to bear the consequences of the benefits he had received in the past. It was similar to this. Chunzong had no choice but to bear it. It was as if he was fighting 33 peerless swordsmen alone. Gradually, Chunzong felt more and more pressure. The power of the sword principle kept breaking out. Again and again, Chunzong also recalled the anonymous swordsmanship he saw when he got the Heavenly Will Sword. It was an ancient swordsmanship. Subconsciously, Chunzong imitated the ancient swordsmanship used by the mysterious figure. As soon as he performed it, Chunzong immediately felt a terrifying sword power in his sword. It was extremely powerful. Under the sword, a blood-red sword light was immediately shattered. Even though Chunzong was only at the preliminary stage of imitating the ancient swordsmanship, it still burst forth with shocking power, as if he had the help of God. The second slash, the third slash, sword after sword, Chunzong continued to attack, and the 33 blood-colored sword lights were shattered one after another. The frost-flowing sword vibrated incessantly, emitting bursts of increasingly resounding sword cries, and its sword intent soared into the sky. However, as the blood-red lightning wreaked havoc in the sky, it condensed into 66 streaks of blood-red sword light and struck down once more. The pressure on Chunzong increased significantly once more. Ancient swordsmanship. Even though he had only mastered the surface of the ancient swordsmanship, it was more powerful than the no-kill swordsmanship, the heart swordsmanship, and the world swordsmanship. The power seemed to be directly stimulated from a sword. It was extremely terrifying. Smash! The 66 sword lights were shattered one after another. Then, 99 blood-red sword lights appeared next to the blood-red vortex eye. The 99 blood-red sword lights were like 99 peerless swordsmen, and their power was further enhanced. However, under Chunzong's ancient swordsmanship, they were still blocked and shattered. Chunzong was more and more shocked by the ancient swordsmanship. What kind of swordsmanship was this? It was indescribably powerful. Compared to it, the no-kill swordsmanship, the heart swordsmanship, and the world swordsmanship were nothing. Rumble. Endless blood-red thunderbolts were constantly bombarded from the blood-red vortex eye. Between the leaping electric arcs, they gradually condensed into a huge blood-red sword. The sword was 10 meters long. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a terrifying sword power. The space around the sword cracked. Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. He felt an unimaginable and indescribable pressure from the huge blood-red sword. I can't block it. Chunzong suddenly felt that even if he used the ancient swordsmanship, it would be difficult to resist the terrifying power of the huge blood-red sword, unless he could master the ancient swordsmanship to a higher level. But that was very difficult. Pressure. An astonishing pressure suddenly assaulted him. The blood-red giant sword was surrounded by endless blood-red thunderbolts. Suddenly, it fell from the sky. Its speed was neither fast nor slow. However, the more it fell, the more Chunzong could feel its terrifying power. It was as if the pressure was going to suppress him and destroy him directly. Pressure. As the pressure grew, Chunzong's expression grew increasingly solemn. Under such extreme pressure, Chunzong's essence, qi, and spirit seemed to have been pushed to the extreme. His perception of the surroundings became increasingly clear, and the profoundness of the sword principle emerged one after another. Immediately, Chunzong grasped it. He grasped the spiritual light, and then grasped the more powerful power after the sword principle. Origin. Origin of sword. The origin of sword was also the origin of sword principle. How vast it was! It was many times stronger than the origin that Chunzong felt in the void. There was no comparison between the two. It was like the gap between a caterpillar and a real dragon. In front of this extremely vast sword Dao origin, Chunzong also felt insignificant, indescribably insignificant. This insignificance went straight to the depths of his body and the depths of his soul. Without too much emotion, Chunzong's purpose was to comprehend the origin of sword principle and transform his sword principle into the origin of sword principle. From there, he could master the power of the origin of sword principle, which belonged to the power of the sixth realm. The emperor-level essence, qi, and spirit allowed Chunzong to comprehend the mystery of the origin of sword principle more quickly and easily, and then transform his sword principle into the origin of sword principle. As the giant sword continued to fall, the transformation also began. At the moment when the giant sword completely fell, Chunzong's eyes emitted a brilliant light. The light was blazing to the extreme. An incomparably tyrannical power, a power that surpassed the level of the Great Path, surged into the frostfall sword in his hand like a torrent bursting through a dam. One sword. Chunzong followed the trajectory of the ancient sword technique and slashed out with his sword. When the sword was drawn, the feeling of being forced seemed to disappear in an instant. It was replaced by smoothness. It was as if only in this way could he truly exert the power of the ancient sword principle. The sword light rose against the sky, and the blood-colored giant sword fell from the sky and collided in an instant. Everything paused and solidified as if time had stopped. Then, the sword light collapsed one after another, releasing monstrous divine power. A black hole dozens of meters in diameter directly shattered the space, swallowing and destroying everything. However, under the divine power of the universe, the black hole did not expand, but rapidly shrank. In just a short time, it completely closed as if it had never appeared. The space shattered dozens of meters in diameter could automatically heal, but it would never heal in a short time. Now, Because of the intervention of the will of the universe, the healing of the space shattered was forcibly accelerated to avoid causing more unnecessary damage. With a cracking sound, the Frostfall sword in Chun Zong's hand shattered. The Frostfall sword was a supreme-grade Dao weapon, but Chun Zong had now successfully transformed his sword principle into the origin of sword principle and also mastered the power of the origin of sword principle. In addition to stimulating the power of the Frostfall sword itself, the sword also integrated the power of the origin of sword principle that Chun Zong had just mastered. The power was so strong that it exceeded the tolerance range of the Frostfall sword. The consequence of not being able to withstand it was naturally to shatter. Chun Zong could not help but feel a little speechless. The Frostfall sword was shattered. Fortunately, the blood-colored giant sword was also defeated. He should have survived this round of Tao Tribulation. However, according to Chun Zong's understanding, the Tao Tribulation would not end so easily, because he had mastered 5 great ways. In theory, he should have to go through 5 rounds of Tao Tribulations. As for the previous 3 blood-red thunderbolts, they were just appetizers. They were not at the level of the Tao Calamity. Of course, even if it was just an appetizer, its power was still very terrifying. If one could not block it, the consequence would naturally be to be blasted into pieces or even die. If he could not even survive the Thunder Tribulation, which was just an appetizer, how could he be qualified to survive the Tao Tribulation? However, the Tao Tribulation of Sword Principle, just now, especially the last sword, was already at the level of the origin. Its power was extremely terrifying. If Chun Zong had not transformed his sword principle into the origin of sword principle in time and mastered the power of the origin of sword principle, it would have been very difficult for him to resist this sword with only the ancient swordsmanship. From this point, it could be seen how terrifying the Tao Tribulation of sword principle was. The first round of Tao Tribulation was sword principle. Then, what was the second round of Tao Tribulation? The way of time? The way of space? The way of heart? Or the way of the world? No matter what kind of Tao Tribulation it was, he had to go through it. It was just a matter of the order. Come on, the second Tao Tribulation. Chun Zong prepared everything and waited for the second round of Tao Tribulation to come. The blood-colored vortex, I stared at Chun Zong, as if it was the eye of a terrifying life, trying to see through Chun Zong clearly. Then, Chun Zong felt that his sword principle origin was suppressed, and he could not use its power. Among the other 4 great ways, only the way of heart was lifted. In other words, the second round of Tao Tribulation was the way of heart. What was the Tao Tribulation of the way of heart like? Chun Zong could not help guessing in an instant, but he could not figure it out. He could only wait for the Tao Tribulation of the way of heart to come. Vaguely, Chun Zong seemed to see a flash of light in the blood-colored vortex eye, but it quickly disappeared as if it was an illusion. Then, a gust of wind seemed to blow out of nowhere and swept over Chun Zong's body. Chun Zong only felt that his mind was in a trance, and there seemed to be many shadows in front of his eyes. It was as if there were figures floating in front of him, and there seemed to be some sound in his ears. The sound was intermittent and seemed to come from a distant place, with an indescribable feeling of fleeting. Chun Zong wanted to shake off the dreamlike feeling. However, the gust of wind that blew over seemed to have intensified. The figure that appeared in front of his eyes became clearer and clearer. The intermittent, drifting sounds by his ears also seemed to have gradually become more intense. Chapter 28:58. Did I pass it? Chun Zong was a little stunned, and his face was full of disbelief. Origin of heart. The Tao of heart had turned into the Tao of origin, and he had also mastered the power of origin of heart. There was no mistake. This was not his illusion. Chun Zong had been in close contact with the origin of heart several times. It was a gift from the divine power of the universe. However, compared to the extremely dangerous Tao Tribulation of Sword Principle, this Tao Tribulation of Heart Tao seemed to be very easy to pass. It was so easy that Chun Zong found it hard to believe for a moment. However, he had indeed passed it. As Chun Zong's thoughts turned, he roughly analyzed the reason why he had passed the Tao Tribulation of Heart Tao so easily. The extremely strong power of the mind was brought about by the One Heart realm of the One Heart Sutra. In addition, it was the essence, chi, and spirit that had broken through to the seventh realm. In addition, he had passed the Tao tribulation of sword principle, and his sword essence had become even more tyrannical. With all these factors, Chunzong would not be confused by the Tao tribulation of Heart Tao and fall into the illusion. Thus, he had easily passed this round of Tao tribulation. However, Chunzong knew that the next 3 rounds of Tao tribulations would not be so easy to pass. The third round of Tao tribulation was the World Tao tribulation. As the blood-red thunderbolts wandered, they formed a world of blood-red thunderbolts. In that world, the vegetation, mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars were all blood-red and filled with an extremely terrifying power of destruction. In an instant, that world was descending, and the power of suppression was urged to the extreme. Chunzong found that he could not move as if he had been suppressed. An extremely terrifying power of destruction was also descending from it, trying to destroy him. All other powers were suppressed, and only the power of the world Tao could be used. Chunzong knew that he had to comprehend the world Tao of origin and successfully transform to have any hope of resisting it. Under the powerful essence, chi, and spirit, and an amazing sense of crisis, Chunzong felt the existence of the world Tao. He then comprehended it, causing his world Tao to gradually transform. Suppress. Chunzong was suppressed by the crimson lightning world. He constantly stimulated the power of his world Tao to defend himself, forming a world to block the impact of the crimson lightning world. However, this defense seemed so weak in front of the crimson lightning world. It was crumbling inch by inch. Collapse. The sun, moon, and stars exploded one after another. Cracks also appeared on the mountains and rivers. Under the impact of this terrifying world of blood-red lightning, it was constantly crumbling. When the world constructed by Chunzong was completely destroyed, Chunzong also felt the terrifying suppression and destructive power. At the same time, Chunzong also successfully transformed the world Tao into the origin world Tao. The origin energy of the world erupted as well, forcefully resisting the impact of the blood-red lightning world. Resist. It was like a tug-of-war. As Chunzong continued to strengthen and apply the origin energy of his world, Chunzong propped up the suppressed world of blood-red lightning bit by bit. Immediately, Chunzong's world was constructed again. This time, it directly invaded the world of blood-red lightning, condensed at a point, and then constructed a world that belonged to Chunzong, and then expanded it inch by inch. While his own world was expanding, it also further damaged the stability of the Scarlet Thunderbolt world, breaking it from the inside. This was the method that Chunzong came up with. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to defeat the Scarlet Thunderbolt world by confronting it head-on. If he couldn't defeat it, he wouldn't be able to survive this world's calamity. But now, Chunzong suddenly came up with the idea of breaking it from the inside, destroying the world of blood-red lightning, and causing it to collapse. The world tribulation of Tao was thus over. There was still time left. What would the tribulation of Tao and the space tribulation of Tao be like? Then, the suppression of the space Tao was released. Chunzong knew that the next round of Tao would be the space tribulation of Tao. But when Chunzong intended to comprehend the origin of space in advance, he found it difficult to do so. It was as if there was a thin film separating them, and he could not sense it at all. Then, the space tribulation of Tao appeared. A blood-red lightning was brewing, and then it struck directly. However, the moment it struck down, the blood-red lightning disappeared, as if it had entered the void. How could this be? At that moment, Chunzong felt the spatial fluctuation, which meant that the blood-red lightning had entered the space. When it appeared, it struck Chunzong from behind. It was too fast. It was so fast that Chunzong did not have time to dodge, and his back was immediately hit. In an instant, Chunzong felt as if his body was being torn apart. Although his strength was suppressed, the tyrannical physique brought about by the heavenly gold sword body still existed, allowing Chunzong to resist the attack. Otherwise, the power of this attack would have been enough to destroy Chunzong's body. Although he resisted the attack, Chunzong's body trembled under the impact of the terrible power, and he could not help but spit out blood from his mouth. The might was simply too powerful. The second attack also struck down in an instant. It was still a thunderbolt, and the power of the thunderbolt was extremely shocking. It struck down in an instant, but it did not enter the void. Instead, it struck down directly from the sky. When it struck down, a terrifying pitch-black crack appeared. It was not caused by the blood-red thunderbolt, but by the power of the origin of space. Burst! Chunzong burst out his own power of space and directly bombarded it, trying to resist the attack. However, Chunzong's power of space was defeated in the face of the attack. He could not resist it at all, and his body was hit again. His whole body suddenly fell from the sky, and blood sprayed out again. The third blood-red lightning struck again. This time, it did not tear a spatial crack. The moment it hit Chunzong, it directly collapsed, and a black hole appeared. The black hole was more than 10 meters wide, releasing terrible power, and directly swallowed Chunzong. The terrible spatial turbulence cut Chunzong from all directions like swords and sabers. Its power was extremely terrible, and it madly cut Chunzong's body. There were also streaks of blood-red lightning crazily bombarding Chunzong's body. Chunzong only felt that he was going to be completely torn apart, and his body was constantly injured. The mysterious seed's vitality also spread, quickly healing Chunzong's injuries. Chunzong also found that although the divine power of the universe was very strong and suppressed his own power, the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed was not suppressed. However, Chunzong did not know how to use the power of the black mark. Being injured and recovering repeatedly, Chunzong finally succeeded in completely transforming the power of the space way into the space origin way, and then mastered the power of the space origin. Then, the power of the space origin spread all over his body, resisting the attacks of the spatial turbulence from all directions. Chunzong also slowly rushed out of the broken space. As Chunzong rushed out, the broken space also healed. He had passed. There was only the last round of the Tao test left, which was the Tao test of time. How would the Tao test of time come? When Chunzong was unprepared, the Tao test of time came. Immediately, Chunzong strangely found that he seemed to have entered an indescribable cycle. One breath. Time went forward by one breath and then went backward. Time went back by one breath and returned to its original place. Then it went forward by one breath and then went back by one breath. Chunzong also felt that something was wrong after waiting for the Tao test of time for a long time. It seemed that everything was still. With his extremely powerful essence, qi, spirit, and extraordinary perception, Chunzong finally felt that something was wrong. He was falling into the repeated cycle of time. The difference of one breath sounded very simple, but it was very scary when he thought about it carefully. If he couldn't see through it, it meant that Chunzong would always be in this cycle, a cycle that repeated over and over again. He would be in this cycle for the rest of his life, unable to escape. Although he wouldn't die, and there wouldn't be any life-threatening danger, it was as if he was imprisoned. He couldn't leave this place. Moreover, it was an extremely strange cage. It continuously circulated for a breath of time, causing Chunzong to be trapped in it forever. Collapse. That would make people collapse directly. Chunzong didn't expect that the Tao test of time would come directly and quietly like this. So, now that he knew, how could he get rid of it? The only way was to master the Tao of time first. Chunzong comprehended the Tao of time, causing his own Tao of time to be constantly comprehended and began to transform. However, Chunzong also felt that something was wrong. A breath of time passed. Chunzong just felt a trace of the Tao of time, but then it went back to its original place, and the Tao of time that he comprehended also went back. Realizing this, Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. How could he get out of this predicament? If he wanted to see through the Tao test of time, he must first master the power of the Tao of time. But now, once he comprehended the Tao of time, it would go back in an instant, which meant that he didn't gain anything. How could he get out of this predicament? Shenzong fell in a deep thought, but he couldn't think of a way. What should he do? He could only keep trying. Gradually, Shenzong also realized that every time he comprehended, although it went back, he didn't gain nothing. Instead, he was accumulating bit by bit, and his comprehension of the Tao of Time was constantly accumulating. The cycle repeated over and over again, as if there was no end. Shenzong didn't know how long it had been. Finally, he had accumulated enough. It exploded all at once. Shenzong directly comprehended the profundities of the time, origin Tao. In an instant, Shenzong had already seen through a portion of the time, origin Tao. There was no way for him to reverse it completely, causing all his comprehensions to vanish. This was where the hope lay. After struggling again and again, Shenzong finally succeeded in transforming his Tao of Time into the Tao of Time. Shenzong had also seen through that one breath's time reversal. It couldn't be helped. He didn't know how many times it had gone back and forth, but he couldn't figure it out at all. It can only be said that Shenzong was too weak. But Shenzong was not that weak. He saw through it and then broke away. At this point, Shenzong had also passed the 5th round of the Tao test. He should have passed this round of the Tao test. Shenzong thought secretly. 5 great Taos had successfully transformed into 5 Tao of origin, and his cultivation realm had also broken through. His cultivation power had also undergone a qualitative change under the continuous absorption of cosmos God crystals, further improving. The 6th realm. Chapter 28:59. 1 round of thunder tribulations. 5 rounds of tribulations of the way. Each round had its own mysteries, and each round was extremely powerful. Ordinary demi-emperors could not pass them at all, but Shenzong passed them all. How amazing was it to be number 1 on 3 lists consecutively? The will of the universe's favor was also very amazing. However, the more benefits one received, the more responsibilities one had to bear. The principle was the same. In this way, Shenzong's tribulations of the way would be even more powerful when he broke through. 1 round of thunder tribulations and 5 rounds of tribulations of the way had been successfully passed. Shenzong's cultivation, realm, and great path had all improved and transformed. His cultivation realm and great path origin had condensed, and he had mastered the power of great path origin. However, the blood-red vortex eye in the sky still did not dissipate. Shenzong could not help but have a bad feeling. Could it be that this tribulation had not been completely passed? Was there a follow-up? He had studied it before. After passing the tribulations of the way, it should be over. But now it seemed that he was wrong. Then, no matter what other tribulations there were, let them come. In an instant, the blood-red vortex eye expanded in an instant, and an indescribable force burst out directly. Then, as if a door had been opened, a black shadow stepped out. It was a pitch-black shadow, 3 meters tall. It looked like a human, but it was filled with traces of dark aura. It rose into the sky like smoke. It seemed that its whole body was burning with black, demonic flames. It was extremely terrifying. An astonishing, chaotic, and evil aura constantly diffused from the black shadow, gradually and quickly dyeing the surroundings black. Dark demon. Shenzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Strictly speaking, this was the first time that Shenzong faced the dark demon. When he used the descent of 1,000 stars, he had caught a glimpse of it. But it was only a glimpse, and Shenzong was still impressed. This was the dark demon, an existence that was called the cosmic demon together with the ominous demons. But compared to the ominous demons of the universe, the dark demon was even more terrifying. As soon as the dark demon appeared, he wantonly released his own power, which spread out in all directions. His pitch-black eyes were as deep as the abyss as he stared at Shenzong, as if he wanted to swallow Shenzong whole. His eyes were filled with incomparable greed. Compared to the ominous demons, the dark demons were more ferocious and cunning. However, Shenzong did not know how ferocious and cunning they were. All the information he had was hearsay. This was the first time he had seen one. For some reason, Shenzong felt a little excited. Dark demon. Burn. The demonic flames on the dark demon's body suddenly soared and burned wildly. As the darkness spread, it formed a cage that covered the surroundings and trapped Chunzong. Fight to the death. Come on then. The corners of Chunzong's mouth curled up into a smile. The dark demon let out a sinister laugh as his silhouette flickered. In an instant, he transformed into over 10 silhouettes that rushed towards Chunzong from all directions. Each of the silhouettes appeared to be fake, yet they were all real. Chunzong could clearly sense the terrifying killing intent emanating from these 10 silhouettes. Then, let me test your power. Chunzong seemed to be talking to himself. His right hand grasped the void. In an instant, a wave of shocking sharpness spread out. As the sword chi gushed out, a ray of sword light swallowed and condensed into a long sword. This sword was difficult to describe with words. It seemed to be gorgeous, but also seemed to be very simple. In the eyes of different people, it looked different. The Heavenly Will Sword. The Heavenly Will Sword was in Chunzong's spirit sea. Previously, Chunzong could not use it. But now, Chunzong had broken through to the 6th realm and found that he could use the Heavenly Will Sword. And he was a swordsman. There was a big difference whether he had a sword in his hand or not. With a sword in his hand, he could unleash his strength to the extreme. The moment the Heavenly Will Sword was in his hand, Chunzong had a strange feeling. It was as if his blood was connected. It was as if this sword had grown out of his body, just like his arm. It was a strange feeling. At the same time, Chunzong also felt that his perception had been greatly enhanced. He could capture everything around him more clearly. Kill. More than a dozen dark demons immediately exploded with extreme speed, attacking from different directions. As they overlapped, it was even harder to distinguish. Their murderous intent was awe-inspiring, and they showed no mercy. They directly used their ultimate moves. However, with the Heavenly Will Sword in his hand, Chunzong's perception multiplied. It was already very shocking, but now it became even more shocking. The attacks of more than a dozen dark demons were all in Chunzong's perception. It was as if Chunzong could control them. Swing the sword. Following the trajectory of the ancient sword technique in his memory, Chunzong swung his sword. The sword slashed out, and the sword light was extremely mysterious. It was only one sword, but it felt like more than a dozen swords, completely enveloping the shadows of more than a dozen dark demons. They couldn't dodge. This dark demon was indeed very powerful. An ordinary 6th realm was no match for it at all. It was completely at the level of a top 6th realm. Even a top emperor-level powerhouse might not necessarily be able to defeat it. However, under Chunzong's sword, it was unable to resist. It was directly slashed and killed. The dark demon let out a wail full of unwillingness and immediately collapsed. The surrounding darkness also disappeared. Following that, Chunzong also noticed that the blood-red vortex eye in the sky was fading and fading away. This made Chunzong feel enlightened. This calamity he had survived. Finally, he had survived. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be traces of an indescribable aura fluctuation. It was so mysterious and so superior. The aura naturally surged into Chunzong's body. In an instant, Chunzong felt that all the power in his body seemed to have been purified, and he felt more transparent. Upgrade. Upgrade. It was as if there was a fundamental transformation. His spirit also seemed to be constantly strengthening, rising to a higher level. Fundamental transformation. Everything was undergoing a fundamental transformation. 6th realm. This was the true level of the 6th realm. Chunzong realized that he could clearly feel the energy fluctuation of the universe's origin. It had established an indescribable connection with his own origin. Simply put, the universe's origin was the mother body, and the origin that he controlled and condensed was the child body. Now, I can also be considered a true powerhouse in the universe, Chunzong thought to himself and smiled subconsciously. 6th realm. This was the level of a true powerhouse in the universe. Moreover, before the breakthrough, Chunzong could kill an ordinary 6th realm on his own. Now that he had broken through, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. An ordinary sixth realm was nothing to Chunzong. They were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. Even if it was a top sixth realm, Chunzong was not afraid. But then again, he had only just broken through to the sixth level. Chunzong could not wait to find a strong opponent to test his strength. Unfortunately, there was none. The strongest powerhouse in the ninth heaven universe was the sixth realm. Moreover, according to what Chunzong knew, it was not a particularly strong sixth realm, so it was difficult to test his strength. Moreover, there was no longer any universe ranking to differentiate the sixth realm. It was unlike the third realm, fourth realm, and fifth realm. His aura was restrained, and his strength was also controlled by Chunzong. This breakthrough allowed Chunzong's cultivation to increase further. The power of the third stage of the Godly Demon Sword Codex was not fully unleashed at the fifth realm. When Chunzong's cultivation broke through to the sixth realm, he finally mastered the power of the third stage of the Godly Demon Sword Codex. It could be said that Chunzong's improvement after breaking through from the fifth realm to the sixth realm was not only an improvement in his cultivation, but also an improvement in the power of the third stage of the Godly Demon Sword Codex. This was an all-round improvement. His essence, chi, and spirit were stronger than before the breakthrough, and they were not inferior to the top emperor level. The power of his mind had also increased by several times, and his recovery speed had also increased by several times. Under the Heart Sutra, the efficiency was even more amazing. Clear. Everything was so clear, and the mysteries of the five origins were clearly presented in front of him. In an instant, the Heart Sword Technique, World Sword Technique, and Void Kill Sword Technique all improved and truly reached the level of Origin Sword Technique. Chunzong also comprehended more of the mysteries of the mysterious ancient sword technique inherited from the heavenly sword technique. The more he comprehended, the more Chunzong felt that the ancient sword technique was unfathomable and terrifying. It was simply indescribable. His Heart Sword Technique and World Sword Technique were too small compared to it. Even the Void Kill Sword Technique was as small as a speck of dust in comparison. It was as vast and unfathomable as the sea of smoke. Chunzong had a feeling that it would take him a lot of energy and a lot of time to comprehend all the mysteries of this ancient sword technique. However, Chunzong did not care. This feeling of always having a goal was wonderful. Moreover, Chunzong had another idea, which was to comprehend the ancient sword technique, absorb its mysteries, and integrate them into his own sword technique. It sounded like trying to stuff an elephant into an ant's body. It sounded impossible. However, that was what Chunzong wanted to do. It was nothing more than to make the ant bigger and stronger, and then divide and eat the elephant. One day, he would be able to do it. With a flash, Chunzong immediately turned into a ray of sword light and flew out of the ninth heaven universe. The matter of returning to the void had been completed, and his cultivation had also broken through to the sixth realm. Then, it was time to return to Taihao Mountain. Fast! Chunzong found that his speed was more than 10 times faster than his previous maximum speed. It was simply amazing. As soon as his speed increased, everything around him seemed to slow down. He seemed to have entered a wonderful state. It was as if the flow of time around him had slowed down, as if the space was about to solidify. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. Previously, it had taken him 2 to 3 years to travel from the mysterious light universe to the ninth heaven universe at full speed. Now, it only took him about 2 months to return. Then, he used the void portal of the Trade Wind Tower to reach the Trade Wind Tower on Wanyuan Island. When he saw Chunzong, the master of Trade Wind Tower was completely stunned. That aura, it had obviously surpassed the fifth realm and reached the sixth realm. Every time he saw Chunzong, the master of Trade Wind Tower felt that his spirit and willpower had suffered a blow. It was too amazing. Chapter 2860. Outside of Myriad Origin Island, a pitch-black space-crossing divine ship was approaching at an astonishing speed. As the space-crossing divine ship soared through the air, it left a pitch-black trail in the air, emanating an astonishing demonic aura. Not long after, The space-crossing divine ship flew directly into Myriad Origin Island. Who dares to do this? Sect Master Wanren, Palace Master Yuanyuan, and House Master Xinfeng all sensed the space-crossing divine ship as it flew directly into Myriad Origin Island without stopping at all. Their expressions changed as well. A sense of foreboding welled up in their hearts. This aura is so dark and mysterious. Within the Trade Wind Tower, the expression of Chunzong, who was conversing with the Tower Master of Trade Wind, changed slightly. A sharp and cold light flashed in his eyes. The Infernal Demon Cult. Because of the Infernal Order, Yunyinshin's whereabouts were unknown. Although Profound Theory Elder had divined that she was still alive, he didn't know where she'd gone or whether she'd encountered any life-threatening danger. Chunzong had long since placed this grudge on the Infernal Order. As for the 3 Infernal Order strongholds he'd previously destroyed, that didn't eliminate Chunzong's hatred and desire to kill the Infernal Order. The other point wasn't a matter of enmity, but rather a matter of standpoint. Chunzong was a disciple of Mount Taihao, and he was even the holy son of the Sword of Mount Taihao. Now that Chunzong had broken through from the 5th level to the 6th level, he would naturally be relieved of his position as the holy son of the Sword of Mount Taihao once he returned. He could be considered the shortest holy son of the Sword of Mount Taihao's history. But whether or not he was the holy son of the Sword of Mount Taihao, one couldn't deny that Chunzong was a member of Mount Taihao. Mount Taihao belonged to the righteous Tao, while the Infernal Order was the opposite. They were on opposing sides unless one side was willing to concede or even submit. However, that was impossible. Therefore, Chunzong was destined to be on the opposite side of Infernal Order. Now that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. However, Chunzong had no idea what level he had reached. Even though he had absolute control over his own strength, he was still unclear due to the lack of reference. Infernal Order's space-crossing divine ship stopped above the center of Wanyuan Island. Then, a black light instantly spread out from the space-crossing divine ship. The sky above Wanyuan Island seemed to be dyed with ink. With the space-crossing divine ship as the center, the black light quickly spread in all directions. Darkness descended, swallowing everything. What is that? Palace Master Yuanyuan's expression was grave. No matter what it is, we must stop it. The sect master unsheathed his saber and slashed out a terrifying saber light. The saber light tore open a 100-meter-long spatial rift and slashed at the space-crossing divine ship with unparalleled might and killing intent. House Master Xian Feng's expression was grave. He already knew what this was. Infernal Order. House Master Xian Feng did not doubt Chunzong's words. He made his move. In an instant, an extremely powerful storm roared, carrying the power of destruction. It suddenly swept towards the sky. Palace Master Yuanyuan also made his move. A huge palm print that seemed to be able to collapse the sky blasted towards the space-crossing divine ship. 3 extremely powerful attacks hit the pitch-black space-crossing divine ship one after another. In an instant, a layer of black light flickered and blocked the 3 extremely powerful attacks. It was not damaged at all. The attacks of the 3 Emperor-level experts were blocked. Darkness covered the entire Wanyuan Island from the space-crossing divine ship. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? On Wanyuan Island, many cultivators were stunned. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? It was as if night had fallen in an instant. Darkness directly enveloped everything. Oh no, my power! Immediately after, the cultivators also felt that as the darkness enveloped the island, traces of a strange and cold power were spreading. An invisible power also descended and landed on the cultivators. Under this terrifying power, the group of cultivators felt that something was wrong. The circulation of their own power became sluggish, as if it had become sticky and heavy. Immediately after, the group of cultivators also felt that their thoughts were affected, and they were slower than usual. This feeling was extremely strange. It also made the cultivators on Wanyuan Island fearful for no reason. What was the most important thing for a cultivator? That was power. One's own power. That power was cultivated by oneself. It was a real power that completely belonged to oneself. One could control the power and use as much as they wanted. But now, all their power was affected, as if it was out of their control. They suddenly turned from a person with great power to a weakling. Everyone could not remain calm and felt panic. They were not the only ones affected. Even level 6 Emperor-level powerhouses were affected. The 3 Emperor Realm experts' expressions changed greatly. Their faces were incomparably solemn. They only felt that a strange and cold power had seeped into their power. They were also affected, but they kept resisting. For a while, they could still resist. However, that strange power seemed to be endless. It kept seeping into their bodies. If this continued, they would not be able to resist it before long. Their strength was bound to be greatly affected. People of Wanyuan Island, listen up. A gloomy and mighty voice suddenly rang out from the pitch-black space-crossing divine ship, and it carried an indescribable insolence. I am Elder Baijan of the Seamless Divine Church. The myriad Origin Island has been covered by the sacred realm of our church. You have only 2 choices, surrender or perish. The people of the Infernal Order like to call themselves the Seamless Sect. Naturally, their Seamless Demon Region would also call itself the Seamless Sacred Region. If one did not know, they would really be fooled. However, what kind of sacred region would be so eerie and terrifying? It was like a ghostly existence. As for Elder Baijan, Chunzong already knew that it was not a name, but a title for his position. In the Infernal Order, the sect leader was the person with the highest authority. He was also considered the strongest. After him was the vice sect leader, and then the elders. The elders were divided into 3 levels: 10 Jan, 100 Jan, and 1000 Jan. They were all Emperor Realm experts. However, Elder 1000 Jan was the strongest, followed by Elder Baijan, and Elder 10 Jan was the weakest. Even the weakest was an Emperor Realm expert. Now, it was actually Elder Baijan who had made a move. Chunzong's expression was extremely grave. However, the 3 Emperor Realm experts did not understand. They thought that the person's title was Elder Baijan. Surrender or perish. Those were the 2 choices. The 3rd and 4th realms were completely suppressed by the power of the Seamless Demon Region. Even their consciousness had sunk. It was as if they had become walking corpses. The 5th realms were still resisting, but their eyes were misty. They were already on the verge of death. The 6th realms were still struggling, constantly using their strength to resist. Surrender or perish. I'll give you 20 breaths of time to consider. On the space-crossing divine ship, Elder Baijan of the Infernal Order spoke again. Time was going backward. 19, 18, 17. Everyone's heart was filled with uneasiness. I will never surrender. Even if I die, I will drag one of you down with me. The 6th realms, who was still struggling to resist, roared. Instantly, he erupted with all his strength. He turned into a dazzling ray of light and rushed towards the space-crossing divine ship. Everyone, give it your all, while you still have strength left. The Master of the Wind Breeze House roared. His voice exploded like a storm, entering the ears of the cultivators who were still conscious, arousing their fighting spirit. Conviction, burning, surrender, or perish. Neither of these were good things. There would always be people who were unwilling to surrender or perish. Even if they were going to perish, they would still fight. They would use all their strength to fight. It's impossible to surrender. Let's see the strength of our Wan Yuan Island. Sect Master Wanren also spoke. He unleashed his secret technique. His saber intent was shocking. One could vaguely see a huge saber floating in the sky, as if it was going to split the sky. Well said. Palace Master Yuan Yuan let out a long laugh. How can I be left out at such a time? A vigorous and vigorous voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, a dazzling ray of starlight shot out from a mountain in the darkness. It carried a terrifying might that could destroy everything. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering towards the space-crossing divine ship. This aura made the Master of the Windbreeze House and the other 2 smile. That old guy's injuries have healed. That's great. We missed the show of the Eagle God Sect and caught up with the show of the Infernal Order. while talking and laughing, for extremely intense rays of light shot towards the sky. They carried astonishing willpower and belief. They were unyielding. They were all monarch experts, the leaders of their own forces. Ordinary monarch experts couldn't be compared to them. How could they be willing to surrender, especially when they were just attacked by the Infernal Order? Those who knew the ferocity of the Infernal Order might not be so resolute. However, the Wan Yuan Island was too far away from the headquarters of the Infernal Order. Although the Infernal Order had appeared for more than 200 years, it was only now that the Infernal Order had reached the Wan Yuan Island. It was the first time the Infernal Order had attacked the Wan Yuan Island. Of course, the majority of the places had only been attacked once. After that, they either surrendered and became the stronghold of the Infernal Order or were destroyed. The leaders of the major forces had all heard about the Infernal Order, the Purgatory Demon Sect, and so on. Naturally, the Master of the Windbreeze House and the others also knew about it. However, it was their first time encountering it. Fight! Since it's like that, this elder will accompany you to play. Elder Baijan's voice sounded from the space-crossing divine ship. Immediately, a terrifying demonic aura erupted. Demonic flames shot towards the sky. Immediately after, a black shadow rushed out from the space-crossing divine ship and shot towards them. For palms. After Elder Baijan of the Infernal Demon Cult rushed out of the space-crossing divine warship, he instantly blasted out 4 palms. For beams of black light suddenly shot out, carrying terrifying might, and shot down from the sky. 100 Battle Elder was equivalent to a peak monarch expert. One must know that the Infernal Order was a sacred ground-level force. Elder Baijan's strength wasn't inferior to the peak lord of the Taihao Mountains' 36 peaks. As for Elder Qianzhan, he was a half-step saint expert. Chapter 2861. Elder Baijan of the Infernal Order took action in the dark sky under the Avicii Demon Zone. He fought against 4 people and blocked the joint attack of the Independent Cultivators Alliance Master, the Wind-Blowing House Master, the Sect Master Wan Run, and the Palace Master Yuan Yuan. Afterwards, figures flew out from the pitch-black spaceship one after another. They all flew towards the 6th-level Emperors who had soared into the sky. Fight! Emperor-level experts against Emperor-level experts. Emperor-level experts against Emperor-level experts. Under the Avicii Demon Zone, the strength of the members of the Infernal Order increased. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Wan Yuan Island were suppressed. The difference in strength was obvious. Suppression. The Emperor-level experts and Emperor-level experts of the Wan Yuan Island were suppressed. Some Emperor-level experts were even injured from time to time. As for the Emperor-level experts, they had lost their consciousness under the terrifying power of the Avicii Demon Zone. Even if someone appeared in front of them to kill them, they would not be able to react in time. Surrender or perish. The Wan Yuan Island chose not to surrender. They chose to fight to the end. The consequences were very likely to be annihilation. In an instant, an extremely dazzling sword light suddenly soared into the sky from within the Trade Wind restaurant. That astonishingly sharp sword intent seemed to tear apart the sky as it erupted with an unparalleled speed, like a thunderbolt splitting the sky. It was extremely frightening. Chunzong made his move. Just now, Chunzong used the power of the wholehearted realm to resist the erosion of the Avicii Demon Zone. It was a self-contained cycle that isolated the invading power of the Avicii Demon Zone. It could not enter his body at all. Naturally, it could not affect Chunzong in the slightest. Now, it was time for him to make his move. The sword essence rushed to the sky, and the sword light broke through the sky. Chunzong did not show any mercy. He directly attacked an Emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order with his sword. This was a move that used the Heavenly Will Sword. It was a move from an ancient sword technique. This move was also a killing move. Although Chunzong had not completely mastered the ancient sword technique, its power surpassed the Heart Sword Art, the World Sword Art, and the Void Kill Sword Art. This was an extremely terrifying sword technique. An Emperor-level expert from the Endless Demon Realm was seriously injuring an Emperor-level expert from the Myriad Origin Island, causing him to vomit blood. However, he didn't expect that an extremely terrifying sword light would break through the air and attack him. It was simple yet extremely sharp. Moreover, it had locked onto him, making it impossible for him to dodge. Block it. No matter what, he had to block it. The pitch-black devil flame burned crazily, transforming into the most tyrannical power, wanting to block this sword. However, this sword was unstoppable. It was as if nothing in the world could withstand it. Kill. In an instant, Chun Zong killed an Emperor-level member of the Infernal Order with a single slash of his sword. The Black Mark and the Mysterious Seed also exerted their power in an instant, directly swallowing up his spirit and vitality. Under the sword chi, he was reduced to dust. Kill, kill, kill. Chun Zong unsheathed his sword, showing no mercy. His body and sword became one, transforming into a sword light. He displayed the ancient sword technique, zigzagging in the sky like lightning. In just a few breaths, Emperor-level experts from the Infernal Order had been killed by Chun Zong. Not even their bones were left, and they were completely reduced to dust. It was a very tragic scene. Chun Zong's attack was too fast and too sudden. The Infernal Order had suffered a great loss. After all, there were 4 Emperor-level experts. No matter which force it was, Emperor-level experts were a rare force. They were the true experts. If one of them died, there would be one less. It was not easy to replenish them. Now 4 of them had been killed in an instant. The loss was not small. On the sky-crossing divine ship, a black light suddenly erupted and directly attacked. Chun Zong's expression changed. The power of the black light was extremely tyrannical, surpassing the Emperor level. Emperor level. It was an Emperor level expert who had attacked him. However, Chun Zong could not help but show no fear. Instead, he showed a hint of excitement. Emperor level. An Emperor level expert was nothing to him now. Of course, Chun Zong did not know the strength of a half-step Emperor-level expert. However, Chun Zong was very happy to be able to fight against an Emperor-level expert. Was he overconfident? Not necessarily. Chun Zong stared at the black light without the slightest fear. Then, he immediately slashed out with his sword. He faced an Emperor-level expert head-on. The moment the sword and the black light collided, Chun Zong immediately felt an extremely terrifying force explode, as if it was going to shatter him. It also carried an extremely shocking chill, as if it was going to invade his body and wreak havoc. However, under the wholehearted realm, Chun Zong's power was self-contained and circulated continuously. It was like an unbreakable origin. The force could not really invade him at all. It was blocked. This attack also made Chun Zong vaguely judge the gap between him and an Emperor-level expert. I can fight, Chun Zong thought to himself. A blazing flame seemed to be burning in his heart. As his fighting spirits surged, his sword intent seemed to have been strengthened. He felt like he was going to break through his limits. Now, Chun Zong's sword intent had reached the pinnacle of Emperor level. If he broke through again, it would be Emperor level sword intent. After being repelled, Chun Zong rushed up again. With a shocking sword aura, he attacked the Emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order. The Emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order was an elder of 10 battles. This time, he came to cooperate with the Elder of 100 battles. After conquering One Yuan Island, he would stay here, and the Elder of 100 battles would naturally leave. What he did not expect was that such a terrifying Emperor-level expert would appear. That's right. The collision just now allowed him to determine that Chun Zong's cultivation level was indeed at the 6th realm Emperor level. An Emperor-level expert could fight head-on with him, an Emperor-level expert. Although he was repelled, it was already very shocking. Who was that? What kind of person could take an Emperor-level expert's attack head-on and only retreat without dying or being injured? Even Saint-level experts would find it difficult to do when they were Emperor-level experts. The sword light pierced through the air. It was extremely sharp and carried with it a sense of desolation. It was as if an extremely ancient sword had arrived in an instant. The Emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order snorted angrily. His strength exploded as he suddenly struck down with his palm. Under this dark palm, the void collapsed. The extremely terrifying dark palm print covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if it could shatter everything in its path as it blasted directly towards Chunzong. He could not dodge it. It was as if the entire sky had collapsed. Chunzong found that he could not dodge it all. Flowing breath. He muttered to himself. A mysterious and unfathomable brilliance flashed in Chunzong's eyes. Immediately, Chunzong's body seemed to fluctuate. It was as if there was a layer of invisible light rippling around him like water waves. His body also became blurry in an instant. The flow of time was also affected. Time divine technique, flowing breath. This technique was created by Chunzong on his way from the ninth heaven universe to Wanyuan Island after he had broken through to the sixth realm. It was his first time divine technique. The flowing breath divine technique's mystery lay in the advancement and reversal of time. Although it was only a breath's time, Chunzong could do a lot of things in that time with his speed and strength. The mystery of the flowing breath divine technique was to strive for that one breath's time. It was as if Chunzong had an extra breath's time compared to others. Under the flowing breath divine technique, the descending palm print seemed to have pause for a breath's time. In fact, it did not. It was just the mystery of the flowing breath divine technique that created this illusion. Chunzong instantly burst out with extreme speed and avoided the direct bombardment of the palm print. He bypassed it at an astonishing speed. What's going on? The Emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order was very surprised. His opponent had actually dodged his large-scale attack. Could an Emperor-level expert have such speed? No, he had felt the fluctuation of a divine technique just now. His opponent must have used some kind of divine technique that he did not understand to avoid his attack. Immediately, after dodging the black palm print, Chunzong's body swayed and split into 5. There were 5 Chunzongs. They all wielded swords and attacked the Emperor-level expert from different directions. Mind divine technique, illusory body, 1 real body and 4 illusory bodies. Each illusory body had 1/10 of the real body's strength. With Chunzong's current level of strength, 1/10 of his strength was already very tyrannical. It was enough to kill an ordinary Emperor-level expert. However, for an Emperor-level expert, an illusory body with 1/10 of the real body's strength was still not enough. However, with the 4 illusory bodies and the real body working together, Chunzong was able to contend with the Emperor-level expert. A whetstone. Chunzong used the Emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order as a whetstone to sharpen his ancient sword technique. After all, an Emperor-level expert's strength was not weak at all. It was enough to pose a great threat to him. It was hard to imagine. Previously, Chunzong had been a weakling who had to run for his life when he encountered an Emperor-level expert. He could not even guarantee that he would be able to escape. But now, he had become an expert who could contend with an Emperor-level expert head-on, even if it was just an ordinary Emperor-level expert. However, an Emperor-level expert was an Emperor-level expert. Strength was strength. There was no such thing as luck. In an instant, the Emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order completely erupted. He exploded with all his strength and used a secret technique. He turned into a 10-meter-tall dark demon god with a monstrous demonic aura. The 4 illusory bodies immediately charged from all directions. As if they were not afraid of death, the sword light was extremely sharp. Chunzong's real body took this opportunity to put some distance between them. The light in his eyes was condensed to the extreme, emitting a terrifying cold light. His incomparably tyrannical essence, chi, and spirit also surged like a tide, carrying an astonishing sword intent as they poured into the heavenly will sword. Slash. Heavenly light sword drawing technique. Sky slash. The sword drawing technique with double the power slashed out with an incomparably tyrannical force. It shattered the void and directly slashed at the 10-meter-tall dark demon god. Immediately, Chunzong's figure, driven by the sword light, naturally rotated and slashed out a second time. Lone Swallow returned. After breaking through to the 6th realm and benefiting from his powerful essence, chi, and spirit, Chunzong fused the Lone Swallow return of the heavenly light sword-drawing technique and sky slash into one move. Its power became even more terrifying and tyrannical. Slash. All resistance was shattered by this sword. The fusion of the lone swallow return and sky slash caused the instantaneous explosive power of the sword-drawing technique to increase explosively. With the enhancement of the Heavenly Will sword, the power of this sword was further enhanced, reaching an extremely terrifying level. It could not be blocked. Under that extremely resplendent sword light, the Elder of the Infernal Order could not resist at all and was directly cut in half. Chapter 2862. This time, the Infernal Order had sent out an Elder of 100 battles, an Elder of 10 battles, and 10 Emperor-level Guardians. They had also brought along the Infinite Demon Realm. Their goal was to subdue the Myriad Origin Island. If they couldn't subdue it, they would destroy the forces on the Myriad Origin Island. The Infernal Order had carefully investigated the overall strength of the Myriad Origin Island. They hadn't missed anything. Even the Alliance Master, who was injured and in seclusion, had been taken into account. They hadn't missed anything. Therefore, the Infernal Order had achieved their goal on this trip. The reason why they had sent out such a force was not because the Infernal Order couldn't bring out a stronger force, but because there was no need to. This was because this operation wasn't only targeted at the Myriad Origin Island, but also many other places at the same time. However, no one had expected such an unforeseen event to occur. An Emperor-level expert wasn't affected by the Infinite Demon Realm and even managed to kill an Emperor-level expert. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? The eyes of Elder of 100 battles from the Infernal Order were about to pop out of their sockets. Apart from being shocked, his heart was also filled with endless rage. Kill! Stop him! House Master of Integrity Wind immediately roared. 4 against 1. Although they were suppressed, they could still restrain the other party. Otherwise, it would be too useless. Divine Technique Breath. Chunzong immediately used the Time Divine Technique. With the cooperation of the 4 Emperor-level experts, they avoided the furious attack of Elder of 100 battles from the Infernal Order and charged directly towards the pitch-black space-crossing divine ship in the sky. Heavenly Light Sword-Drawing Technique. Sky Slash. Heavenly Light Sword-Drawing Technique. Lone Swallow returns. 2 consecutive sword lights, which carried an incomparably terrifying sword power, slashed at the same spot on the space-crossing divine ship. With Chunzong's current cultivation and strength, it was very easy for him to use the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique again. The energy consumption was also not as great as before. He could use it many times consecutively. Ripples continuously surged out from the space-crossing divine ship. The tyrannical protective shield blocked Chunzong's sword attack, but it couldn't be broken in a short period of time. Stop! The infernal demon cult's Elder Baijan roared out again and again. Although the protective shield of the space-crossing divine ship was very strong and could block the attack of an Emperor-level expert, it could only block for a short period of time. It would eventually be broken. If it was slashed open, the other party would be able to rush into the space-crossing divine ship and break the secret treasure that was releasing the Avicii demon domain to stop the Avicii demon domain. If that was the case, the operation of the Saint cult would fail and they would suffer great losses. Elder Baijan's eyes turned red as he resisted the attacks of the 4 emperors. He released all his strength and released a terrifying attack. It was like a black beam of light that could devour everything. Then, he rushed towards the space-crossing divine ship. As long as he returned to the space-crossing divine ship, he would be able to resist the attacks of these people with his own means and the defense of the space-crossing divine ship. By the time they were suppressed by the infinite fiend realm, they would be like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by him. Heart's heart. Divine breath, breath, breath. Void shift. In an instant, Chunzong executed 3 divine techniques to avoid the terrifying attack of the Emperor-level expert. Sword light slashed out again. It was the heavenly light sword-drawing techniques, Sky, Slashing Fault, and Solitary Swallow. 2 extremely tyrannical sword lights slashed at Elder of the Infernal Order. You didn't dare to underestimate such power. The power of Chunzong's heavenly will sword technique, as well as his peak Emperor-level sword intent and top-notch Emperor-level essence, energy, and spirit, as well as the enhancement of the Heavenly Will Sword technique, made the power of Chunzong's Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique surpass the Emperor level and reach Emperor level. Elder of the Infernal Order had lost the opportunity to return to the space-crossing divine ship after blocking Chunzong's 2 sword attacks. That was because the Master of the Integrity Wind House and the other 3 had attacked again. We will hold him back. Do your best. The Master of the Integrity Wind House transmitted his voice to Chunzong. Chunzong nodded and attacked the protective shield of the space-crossing divine ship with his sword again. He aimed at one point and attacked continuously. The power of the ancient sword technique was not weak. It was better than the heart sword-drawing technique, the world's sword-drawing technique, and the void kill sword-drawing technique. However, it was still inferior to the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique. After all, the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique was a divine technique of the Sword Dao. It was an extremely offensive divine technique of the Sword Dao, and it focused on an instantaneous burst of power. However, the defensive power of the space-crossing divine ship's protective shield was extremely amazing. No matter how Chunzong attacked, he still couldn't break it in a short time. If Chunzong was given enough time, he would be able to break it. However, what he lacked the most now is time. Attack. I need a stronger attack or a faster attack, Chunzong said in a low voice, his eyes burning with desire. Regardless of whether it was a stronger attack or a faster attack, it would allow him to break the protective shield of the space-crossing divine ship more efficiently. Chunzong continued to grasp the mysteries of the sword technique. Sword lights slashed out continuously. In an instant, Chunzong seemed to have understood something. The Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique. After the Heavenly Will sword was sheathed, it was unsheathed again and instantly slashed out. First, it was a sword light. Then, as Chunzong's body rotated, the second sword light slashed out again. The moment his body fell, Chunzong suddenly slashed out a third time. In an instant, the third sword light also erupted and broke through the air. It's done. Chunzong couldn't help but smile. Stronger or faster? How could one become stronger? How could one become faster? There was no absolute. Everything was to increase one's power. By increasing the power contained in each sword strike, one would become stronger. By increasing the speed of the sword strike, one would become faster. However, in the same amount of time, increasing the number of sword strikes while ensuring that one's power did not decrease was equivalent to increasing one's power. When the sword was sheathed, his essence, energy, and sword intent, as well as his strength, erupted again, bringing along an astonishing power that poured into the Heavenly Will sword. Heaven Fault. Chunzong was accumulating power with the technique of Heaven Fault. Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique. Unsheathed. Heaven Fault. In an instant, an extremely powerful sword strike was slashed out, producing an extremely terrifying sword light that seemed to surpass the limit. Immediately after, as Chunzong's body spun, another 2 sword lights slashed out in an instant. Almost at the same time, the following 2 sword lights also had the power of Heaven Fault. The 3 sword lights slashed at the same spot on the protective shield of the space-crossing divine ship one after another, and a cracking sound was heard. The protective shield that could withstand 2 consecutive slashes of the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique could not withstand 3 slashes in an instant. Any defense would have an upper limit in an instant. If the upper limit was not reached, it would be difficult to break through. One could only attack again and again to exhaust its power until it was completely exhausted. If the upper limit was reached, one could truly break through it. Chunzong mustered up his strength and attacked again. Slash! The ancient sword technique stabbed out as if it had condensed all of Chunzong's power into a single point. It pierced through the shattered protective shield in an instant. It was like piercing through an eggshell. This sword strike had used up all of its power. Shattered. The protective shield of the space-crossing divine ship was finally broken by Chunzong. In a flash, Chunzong took a step forward and used the spatial divine technique void transference to appear in the space-crossing divine ship. When the protective shield was intact, Chunzong could not use void transference to enter it because there was a mysterious power that isolated space within. However, after a small point was broken, the airtight wall became airtight and could no longer stop Chunzong shuttling. A black ball the size of a human head was floating on the space-crossing divine ship. It seemed to be made of black crystal, and a tyrannical power was spreading out from it. Heavenly light, sword-drawing technique, /heaven fault, swallows fly twice. In an instant, 3 extremely powerful sword lights slashed out and slashed the black crystal ball one after another, breaking it. Burst! As the black crystal ball burst open, the dark light that covered the myriad origin island also quickly dissipated with the space-crossing divine ship as the center. No! Elder Baijan of the Infernal Order let out a roar of despair and indignation when he saw this scene. There was no longer any trace of his previous high spirits and playfulness. As the void transference dissipated, the influence of the Lord of the Windflow House and the others also disappeared. They recovered to their peak state and felt relaxed after being freed from the shackles. On the other hand, the people of the Infernal Order lost the buff of the void transference, and their strength decreased a little. Originally, it was 4 against 1, and they had to use all of their strength to barely trap the enemy. However, now that the 4 of them joined hands, it was as if they had the help of the gods. They instantly turned the tables and suppressed Elder Baijan of the Infernal Order. However, each Elder Baijan was equivalent to a powerhouse on the level of the peak lord of Mount Taihao. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Even without the buff of the void transference, they were still not easy to deal with. Go! Elder Baijan of the Seamless Demon Cult made up his mind on the spot. Although he would be severely punished if he escaped and failed the mission, it was still better than losing his life. If he lived, there was still a chance to redeem himself. If he died, then everything would be gone. On the space-crossing divine ship, Chunzong's Fiend God Sword Codex was constantly circulating and recovering his strength. Continuously using the heavenly light sword-drawing technique took a toll on Chunzong. Fortunately, after breaking through to the 6th realm, Chunzong's cultivation strength had increased by more than 10 times. His recovery speed had also increased by many times. In addition, his essence, energy, and spirit had reached the level of a peak emperor level, which was even more astonishing. Otherwise, he would not have been able to support Chunzong's high-intensity outbursts. Breath. After obtaining that breath of time, Chunzong stabbed out with his sword, carrying an extremely shocking sword intent and killing intent. It was as if a monstrous sea of blood had been set off. He transformed into a terrifying Azura, piercing through the sky and stabbing towards Elder Baijan of the Infernal Order between his eyebrows. Elder Baijan had unleashed his full strength and ferociously charged out of the encirclement of the Master of Tradewind and the other 3. The timing of this sword was impeccable. 2 swords of no-kill. The swords of no-kill in the Fiend God Sword Codex was even more tyrannical than the 1 sword of no-kill. The shocking impact of the killing intent caused Elder Baijan's expression to change drastically. He was actually somewhat affected in an instant. This slight effect was enough to reduce his speed in an instant. The Master of Tradewind and the other 3 surrounded him again. Then let's perish together. Elder Baijan of the Infernal Order was resolute. He completely burned himself and turned into a demonic shadow. Demonic flames surged as he released all of his strength without regard for the consequences. If he escaped, he would also be punished by the Saints' rules. The punishment would not take his life, but it would definitely not be pleasant. Since he could not escape, then he would fight with his life in exchange for the lives of others, especially the life of the Emperor-level Junior who had broken through the endless demonic zone. If it were not for him, Elder Baijan of the Saint would not have fallen into such a desperate situation where he had to risk his life. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.